93, and he was bested by Osbo, who also got a 93, but on his second run got a 90. So accumulatively, he had the better run. Frederick Osbo, our number 2 qualifier.
Well, this is your winner from last year, going all the way into the finals with Kristaps Blus. It looks like Blus was going to take him out, but Osbo stayed strong all the way through. He utilized the dependency of his car and his consistency to get that number 2 qualification.
And with a maiden voyage with a new car, that's absolutely impressive. But our number 1 qualifier, Formula Drift veteran, have been competing since day one. Daijiro Yoshihara gets a 95.
Well, we've seen Daijiro Yoshihara strike early in the season, and this former champ of the 2011 season has done really well once his car is very settled and organized the way that he wants to be. He's got a great team behind him, and maybe he can utilize that to start fighting for a second championship.
Yeah, it's just all about comfort. I mean, just a few years ago, they moved him over to the JDM side of things, on the opposite side here on the USDM spec, and it's really worked out seamlessly. But I got to go back, and we got to talk about our current points leader, James Dean. As you said, he's not used to the banks, but he obviously kills the flat track.
Well, he made a massive statement in Long Beach, coming out and taking out former champs like Chris Forsberg along with other top drivers. And really the thing that catapulted him was his consistency from round to round. He kind of had the Frederick Osbo formula where he came out and laid down almost a flawless lead run, and then he made the chase driver go to the lead and do all the work, and they just were not able to do that. So it was an incredible run for him, as well as Alex Hilbrun.
Yeah, we're looking at Alex Hilbrun here, and excuse me, Alex Hilbrun, a phenomenal driver, really hitting his stride. He was so dominant in Pro 2, and now here he comes into this year. This is his, I believe, his 3rd year of competition, and he's just maybe 3rd, 2nd, I can't recall. But the Inca Madness racing driver, Alex Hilbrun, he got 2nd place at Long Beach. You saw that battle there, but he's somebody to watch. Again, he got 2nd place at Long Beach, and then the next weekend at Long Beach Grand Prix, we had a Friday and Saturday night round. Guess what position he got? 2nd place. Do you think Alex has what it takes to, 1, win here and really shoot for a championship?
I certainly think that he does, and he's probably got the most equity of any driver in the series right now, with the fact that he had those 3 events back to back to back to where he was on a podium every single time. So he's going up against the best guys. He's doing well against the best guys, and now he's coming into this round 2nd place in points. A lot of momentum in his corner, and certainly he knows this track, so he can do well here today.
All right, so as we talk about Alex Hilbrun, we are only 1 round in the books, and it's already getting exciting. Walk us through those top 5, and I'll finish out with the 10.
Well, James Dean, of course, you can see with that big qualification, giving him an early lead with 106 points, followed by Alex Hilbrun, Ryan Turk, Odi Bakchis, and rounding out the top 5 is Frederick Osbo.
And then rounding out Matt Kaufman, Chris Forsberg, Dean Carnage-Carney, Vaughn Gittin Jr., and rounding out that Warehouse team is Peter Winczek. And he's from Poland. He's in the top 10. Now let's take a look at the course preview and take a look, brought to you by Gum Out.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, and we're here at round 2 of Formula Drift at Orlando Speed World. I'm going to take you on a quick lap. Start line, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, enter in 4th gear, either a little bit of a manji flick or a nice clutch kick. It's really easy to ride the wall high here. The wall is very forgiving, and the bank kind of allows you to stay up there. Keep it floored, trying to graze the wall around the whole way. Towards the end of the bank, you want to let off the gas, to add a little bit of foot brake to slow down, get ready for the hard jolt to the flat. Right after that is going to be your first Blackmagic inside clipping point. You want to floor it right through that, through the infield where it's really choppy and bumpy, so you really want to be able to find a good line through there. Transition to the next inside Blackmagic clipping point, and the last turn is a nice oval turn, flat. You can just hold it wide open the entire way, tons of tire smoke all the way to the finish line.
All right, we're here with Judge Ryan Lantane to talk about today's judging criteria for the head-to-head matchups. Now, Ryan, yesterday we had some great qualifying with Daijiro Yoshihara coming out on top. Now we switch to a new event format, so let's talk about the head-to-head matchups.
So the head-to-head matchups, drivers are going to compete in single elimination head-to-head battles. Each battle will consist of 2 runs. The higher qualifier leads the first run and then will chase in the second run. The 3 of us up here, myself, Brian, and Andy, will determine either a winner, or if we can't find a winner, we'll do it one more time.
Now, this year you guys have implemented kind of a fully integrated map that it not only gets used in the drivers' meetings, but we're going to take a look at it now. Talk us through some of the details and how that pertains to the head-to-head matchups.
So all the scoring you see here right now was used in qualifying, but won't really carry over to Tandem. In Tandem, We still want them to run that line that you see there, the green line with the little red pieces in there. So the green would mean that's an acceleration area. The drivers need to be on throttle or gaining momentum in that area. In the red areas, they don't necessarily have to brake, but it could be a throttle lift or maybe an e-brake area where we see maybe an area where they would slow down. So that gives the chase driver an idea of where that lead driver may or may not get on the brakes or slow down a little bit so they can maintain proximity and know where to stay close and know where to give a little bit of room. So you can see all the zones that we have: outside zone 1, inside clip 1, inside clip 2, and then outside zone 2.
And those green and red markers for the acceleration, deceleration are really important a lot of times when you have contact, but you can go back to this and say that contact happened in that particular part of the course.
Exactly, yeah. If contact occurs in an area that's green, we'll look to see if the lead driver might have slowed down, and if that was the case, that would be deemed against the lead driver because that is an area where they should not be slowing down. It's an unnatural area for them to do that. So we would say, you know, the lead driver probably shouldn't be doing that there. The chase driver was in his right to be nice and close, and we will deem the fault on the lead driver in that case.
One of the other things that's really important in head-to-head drifting is the chicane and the lane. So we're seeing a shot of the chicane here. Walk us through how this works.
So you can see the lead driver has to go through that chicane, which is meant to slow them down. They're not able to go full throttle through the chicane, which gives the chase driver the ability to get proximity and maintain that proximity all the way to the initiation point.
And the lanes obviously is to make sure that either driver is in the lane that they're supposed to be, and as the chase driver, you have an opportunity to get into that lane, but you have to make sure that you're not impeding on the lead driver.
Exactly.
Is that right?
So those lanes you saw there are for the lead driver to stay on his side of and the chase driver to stay on his side of.
And of course, the lead driver has things that they need to do. This is what we call the lead driver goal, so break that down.
So the lead driver needs to do what we told him to do in qualifying. They need to run as close to that 100-point qualifying run as possible. They need to run what we call a chaseable lead run. So that means they're not making any mistakes. They're not all over the track and really difficult to chase. And also they need to follow that Excel-Decel map that we showed previously. It's very important for them to adhere to all of these different things.
And then, of course, we go to the chase driver responsibilities. He has equal responsibility as the lead. And how exactly does that work?
So initiate no later than the lead driver. The lead driver has to initiate by that last red and yellow marker on the wall. That's our latest initiation point. So the chase driver needs to initiate there as well. Maintain close proximity to the lead driver throughout the entire track. The more you have proximity in the chase position, the better you're going to do against the other driver's chase. And that's how we compare chase to chase, who's going to do a better job of maintaining that proximity throughout the entire course. And then you got to match his rotation, his transitions, and all of the movements that he makes on track.
And oftentimes people think when you talk about drifting, we talk a lot about style, that it's a very subjective thing, but you guys have actually attached some objective analysis to it. So break down what style is.
Yeah, so style comes down to initiation, how snappy your initiation is. You need to do it by that last initiation point, and how smooth it looks. You got to get to angle really quickly, but make it look pretty aggressive. Fluidity, how does the car look as it transitions throughout the course? Does it look like it's very smooth and controlled? Does it look like it's a little bit sloppy and there are a lot of corrections on the steering wheel? You want to make sure that all those things are eliminated. And the commitment side of things, you want to see the drivers really throwing the cars at the walls with reckless abandon, really. You want to make it look like, oh, is he going to go into the wall? And when he doesn't, it's a really good thing for the commitment side of things. It looks like they're really committed. They're making dangerous moves out there, so to speak, and it makes it look really exciting for the fans.
Now, sometimes when they are pushing the limits, they can go over that limit. We used to have a 0 category last year. This year, we're calling it incomplete. So what are the incompletes in the head-to-head matchups?
So the incompletes are exactly the same as those 0 runs, just changing the wording. Spinning out would be the #1 incomplete. If you completely lose control of the car and end up spinning out on track, if you drift in the opposite direction that you should be drifting in a certain area of the track, that's also considered a very big loss of control of the car, which would be an incomplete. Anything latchable, opening, hood, hatch, trunk, or doors, anything like that that could be either a safety thing or a distraction thing as well, we consider that an incomplete. Any unsportsmanlike conduct on track that we deem to be against sportsmanlike kind of gentleman rules out there will be considered an incomplete, and an inactive chase. So if the chase driver is giving the lead driver too much room and feels like maybe he had an advantage from the previous run, then we consider that an incomplete as well.
All right, well, Ryan Lantane breaking it down from A to Z right here in the judging booth. This is the exact perspective that we will see here today as we get into the top 32 matchups. One commercial break. We'll be right back with the top 32.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome,
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
The new Falken Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falken Azenis FK450.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
There it is. You can see there's a stiff breeze blowing here at Orlando Speed World. Make some noise, Orlando, and across the globe. We're live here at the top 32 bracket, and we are about to see our first head-to-head battle. The first one would have been Dai Yoshihara, but he got a bye run. He's our #1 qualifier. He automatically advances on into the top 16. Our first true head-to-head battle, Dan Burkett, Rad Dan versus Nate Hamilton. Ryan Sage, we're up here in the booth. We have Lorette Nickel down on the ground. Our 3 judges are poised and ready to deliberate on every battle. Ryan, the heat, a big factor, as I said. My wife told me that Orlando was the hottest place in the country yesterday, a huge factor at stake.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was definitely warm yesterday. It's a little bit cooler today, but when you're talking about 85, 90 degrees, it's going to be challenging for the drivers not only to make sure that they're hydrated, but also tire wear is a massive factor here. Drivers really need to be cautious about how to utilize their tires, especially on their lead lap as a lead driver, to make sure they have enough for that chase lap in order to maintain grip all the way through. But we've seen some great competition so far in Pro 2 and qualifying yesterday, and I think everybody's really excited to see what transpired in Long Beach, how that will carry over into this round.
Well said. And also, anybody stand out in your mind real quick in practice or qualifying or anything?
Well, I'm really interested to see whether or not Ken Gucci's going to make it back. We understand he had some vehicle issues.
Dan Burkett, Nate Hamilton. Dan Burkett initiating into that first outside zone. Burkett, great amount of angle. And Nate Hamilton, little Tex. Into, not as deep as angle, but he does gain that proximity. Look at that, nice, dropping into formation. Burkett, a little bit of correction around that second front clipping point into the second rear clipping zone. Just forward going, just inside that yellow line. A great execution by both these guys. Some moments of greatness, and then a little bit of corrections here and there. Let's go and take a look at the instant replay with Dan out front.
Well, we'll just remind you guys that what the judges are doing here is looking at both leads and both chases. So you can see from the get-go, Dan was on a good line up on the bank there with great angle, a little bit lower from Nate Hamilton. We'll have to take a look at Nate's as a comparison. You can see a little bit of wavering there from Dan just on that second inside clip. Nate staying really tight, though, towards this latter part of the course. And then that crossover in the middle section, he got through the smoke line, was able to tuck up in there, so that'll certainly add some extra elements for him as we'll switch it up now. Nate Hamilton will go to the lead, and Dan Burkett will chase him down.
So little Tex, Nate Hamilton with that V8 turbocharged engine under the hood of his S13. And Dan Burkett, Rad Dan as he's known, he rocks the mullet, and it's business up front, party in the rear, as he's going to be in the rear right now. So metaphorically and literally, he's living up to the mullet life. Nate Hamilton initiates. Dan Burkett, a late initiation, and the chase driver can leave. Look at Nate sticking it to the wall, dropping it to the power alley, into the killer crossover. Nice job by Nate Hamilton. Dan Burkett, that could end up being the nail in the coffin for him. Again, the chase car can leave the start line before the lead car in order to compensate for potential initiation, horsepower difference, or just strategy. So the cars have finished their runs as we look at it again.
Well, Dan Burkett started off pretty strong in his lead run, but on the chase run, he makes a big mistake here. You can see he's down below those yellow hash markers, and that's a really low line to be taken. Meanwhile, you can see Hamilton up top here. Now, the second mistake that Dan's going to make as Nate takes the lead, nice and tight on the second inside clip. Watch the rear of his vehicle here. He's going to actually go offline towards the end and lift up on the bank, and that is going to be an off course. It's a slight one, but it will be a deduction. So, Ryan, from your perspective, how do you weigh the mistakes from both drivers?
Well, originally we wanted to look at what happened to Dan. Did he not know that maybe he assumed there was a restart or something, but we looked at everything and it looked like Dan jumped the light, got out ahead, and maybe was in the wrong spot by the time that Nate initiated. So it's really an error on his part. The chase driver is allowed to jump the light like that. He just probably miscalculated a little bit.
All right, so is that going to be the deciding factor? Dan Burkett, Nate Hamilton, and there it is. It's unanimous. Little Tex, Nate Hamilton advances on to the top 16, but hats off to Dan Burkett. Progressively, this is his Formula Drift rookie year, and Dan Burkett from Long Beach to Orlando, just one round after the other, looking really strong. I'm looking for him to throw down in Atlanta, but Little Tex, Nate Hamilton puts it together in a finer fashion and advances on. Ryan, our next pair here, James Dean and Taylor Hull. Taylor Hull, again, a rookie here in Formula Drift competition. He's going to do select rounds, but Dean really coming on strong.
Well, Dean is most definitely a veteran of the series. It's going to be a tough battle here for Taylor, but Taylor has progressively, like Dan, gotten better and better, and he seems to be able to be getting comfortable with the vehicle the more times that he spends in it. But right now we've got Dean out front as the higher qualified driver, and you can see with 1,315 horsepower, 50 horsepower, he certainly has a beast that he's driving here today.
Dean Carney qualifying 8th compared to Taylor Hull qualifying 25th. And in the drivers' meeting yesterday talking about qualifying, he says just needs more seat time. He's going to be in Georgia. That's basically his hometown. He's born in Texas, but he calls Georgia where he is from. So he's looking forward to doing it for his hometown and his family and friends in Atlanta. But, of course, he wants to throw down against Carnage. That is Dean Carney, that Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper. And Taylor Hull in the Affirm Consulting Asphalt Anarchy S14. Here we go. Dean Carney on Achilles radials initiating into that first rear clip. Taylor Hull, big correction there. Dean Carney keeps the pace, keeps it high on the bank. Taylor Hull works it up with the Nexen tires underneath this car, and another correction there by Hull. So right now, all signs are saying the needle is going in Dean Carney's direction as they round out the course. So Taylor Hull not seem, and truth be told, Taylor yesterday called the competition timeout. If he's having issues, he can't.
Yeah, that's right, Jared. You get one competition timeout for the entire competition weekend. Now you can see here there's a big mistake by Taylor in the chase position, but after we get through the center section here as Dean nice and tight on that inside clip, what you're going to see here is Taylor straighten out again, kind of a little bit of an understeer, and then he goes straight completely. Now that's going to be an incomplete for him, so he's going to have a pretty big task in front of him. He's going to want Dean to have something equal to that in his chase position, but Dean, a veteran driver, and you can see Taylor actually going off course here. I'm not sure if he doesn't know that he doesn't have a competition timeout. He needs to get back to the line, otherwise he will be out of competition.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a wrap. He's not, as we said yesterday, he used the competition timeout, and we kind of scratched our heads, to be quite honest, because he had a score on the board. We knew he had less than 32 drivers, so he would have got in. He used it. Ended up not working out for him.
Yeah, we were talking about this exact scenario yesterday, is what you're mentioning. So yeah, that's an unfortunate break for him. And we'll probably see Dean leave the line here to complete the second run, but Taylor obviously at this point is going to be out of competition.
All right, so in this instance, the scenario that we talked about came true, and you know, unfortunately for Taylor Hull, but fortunately for Dean Carney, he will have a bye run. He advances on top 16. Taylor Hull, unfortunately for him, the Georgia boy, will be packing up his bags, but we're looking forward to seeing him in Atlanta in the Affirm Consulting Asphalt Anarchy S14, again from Sonoya, Georgia. But Dean Carney, the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles radial. He's got the Gas Monkey Energy lid underneath the hood of that, the most cylinders on track. Let's call it what it is, SRT10 Dodge Viper. Dean Carney is going to advance on into the top 16. It's a good opportunity to really check the parameters of the vehicle. As long as he keeps it sideways and finishes out the course, he gets the advancement and the victory. And there you have it. Oracle Lighting, Dodge Viper, Achilles Radial, Bridges Racing, Gas Monkey Energy, and he will advance on into the top 16. Dean Carney currently, or coming into this round, ranked 8th overall from Waterford, Ireland. If you haven't already, download the Formula Drift app. It has all the information. Look at this, live scoring alerts and stats, exclusive Formula Drift content, breaking news alerts, get notifications, access to free live stream, ability to buy tickets, FD fan rewards program, really cool. And you know, you get points, exclusive games and contests, special video features. So download the app. But if you already have the app, go ahead and type in the code and use code FD1 for 50 points and for watching. So again, just for watching, tune in, and FD1 for 50 points. That's one time only. Use the code FD1 for 50 points. You get 50 points towards Fan Rewards program. Again, download the app, available on Apple and Android. Our next pair here, ready to throw down, Peter Vincek. I'm butchering his Polish name, but no, it's Jonathan Castro. Okay, so, oh, thank you. Got an update here. Kaufman called 5. I saw the red, white, and blue just off in the distance, but Matt Kaufman did call a 5-minute competition timeout, the 959 of Kaufman. So Peter and Matt Kaufman, competition timeout. So we're advancing on through to Chelsea DeNofa and Jonathan Castro. Chelsea DeNofa rounding out that 2-car Mustang team, really known for his impactful, aggressive style. We saw that yesterday. We saw it today. I would say, would you agree, he really needs to kind of harness in his energy. Jonathan Castro, I'd say, almost needs to ramp up. He knows he knows who he's going against. He has a lot of Dominican friends and family here. Your assessment of Chelsea DeNofa, Ryan?
Well, I think he is definitely driving the way that we would expect him to drive, and it's very exciting in that vehicle because it's a top-notch vehicle built by one of the best fabricators in the series, and I think he's right there to knocking it out of the park, and really excited to see how he does here today. Had a great qualifying run yesterday, really did some amazing things with the vehicle through inside clip 1 to the transition and the power alley that really excited the drivers. He's just a smidgen off, but he's really looking amazing.
All right, so again, here we go. Chelsea Denofa, Castro. Denofa initiates. Castro's right there in tow. So you can see a little bit of wavering there from Denofa, but that's you know, that means he's pushing the limits as Castro right there tucked in. And you can see there's the three-wheel motion, that signature move from those Ford Mustangs from that RCR camp, and bring it on home right in the creases. Denofa, as the crowd here at OSW gets hyped. A great run from both the guys, because again, so we're talking about Denofa, but we'll get to it. Jonathan Castro really putting it down.
Yeah, Castro certainly holding his own here. You can see Denofa, nice initiation right up against the wall here. Moves into high angle through the latter part of the bank, and Castro keeping him in his sights right here. You can see that wheel lifting up very tight on that inside clip, stable through that center section as both drivers. A little bit less angle from Castro, but he's staying within proximity here as Chelsea wraps around this last clip, and you can see that right rear tire right on the outer zone. So a perfect line there on the second half for Chelsea Denofa.
So your assessment, Jonathan Castro, Dominican Republic, new car, real quick.
I mean, I think he has developed pretty much run by run since the middle part of last season. We've just seen him get better and better and better, and he certainly has an amazing fan base that's been supporting him and his efforts here, and some sponsors, and I'm really expecting big things from him, and you can see from that chase run against one of the top drivers, he's hanging in there.
I say new car, I should correct myself, second year in this car as he's progressed through the series. You know, we saw him in a previous Z, and then we saw him in, he was part of CFR 2 years ago, but now he's part of another championship winning team, you know, and that's Papadakis Racing. But Castro out front, Metal-Dom, Jardu, Metal-Dom, Toyota 86, and look at that. We're talking about a Castro down into the power alley, Chelsea Denofa dropping it on the inside, just showing some prowess, door to door, staying in it, banging, banging. And here we go. So Castro shutting her down. Let's take a look at this again, Ryan. Is this racing incident? Is this an accident? Are we going to have to deem somebody at fault?
Well, let's keep in mind here, there are 3 areas on the course where there's deceleration zones. There, coming off the bank right about here, and then through this section right there. That's the last one, right in around that area there. That's where the first contact is made. So what we have to do at this point is the judges need to take a look at the run, and they have to ascertain fault, because fault is going to dictate what the driver can actually do to their vehicle. If the driver is not at fault, they will have ample time to fix the vehicle. If the driver is at fault, they would need to call a competition timeout in order to fix their vehicle. But at this point, because it's the second run, it's going to actually dictate who the winner or loser is, depending on the fault.
Yeah, I mean, we assessed that first run, and as you said, Ryan, you started out the whole top 32 saying that they basically compare run to run, chase to chase, and the overall impact of what's going on between the two vehicles. But, you know, the first run, did you kind of see an advantage in either side of the, on either lane?
You know, I thought maybe Chelsea had a slight edge there, but in just comparing apples to oranges,
right.
I thought he laid down a pretty good lead run. But Castro started off with a solid lead of his own. You can see Denofa kind of dipped down there a little bit, then he was able to move back up. So I think it's really going to come down, you know, to this the fault for contact here. But let's bring in Ryan Lantane, and Ryan, if you can tell us some of your initial intuitions and impressions on what you saw there on run 2.
So looking at the Excel decel map, that is a totally acceptable area to slow down just before inside clip 2. So Castro was totally within his right to slow down there if he did, and it looked like Chelsea was, you know, trying to be aggressive, diving in on the inside to get nice and close. So it might have been a combination of Castro right here, just, you know, lifting slightly, and you can see the smoke is still coming off the back of the car, not as much as just before, but again, it is a totally legal place to slow down. It looked like Chelsea, just after the transition, which we've seen, you know, quite a bit in practice already, the guys like to be aggressive there. It's a place where you can really jump in and try to get some proximity around that last corner. So just have to look at it and see what, independently, we're going to look at it and see who we think's at fault.
I would also make the assessment here that, you know, even Chelsea's smoke signal really kind of minimizes there as well. He transitions at the point of transition, the crossover, as well as Chelsea doesn't tend to leave it in the judge's hands. He's one of those drivers that really likes to take a dominant role, and you know, if they're banging doors you know, Ryan and I should say the Ryans, you know, it comes down to some aggressive driving, but in this instance, let's call it what it is. It's kind of the perfect storm for, unfortunately, a circumstance to happen like this. So we are waiting for Castro's car to be cleared from the track. And we are, again, nobody has been officially deemed at fault here between Castro and Denofa. Denofa waits. It's hot in the vehicles. The car's been running hard. You can see that BC Racing Nitto tires, Ford Performance Mustang RTR, centerline alloy wheels. And there you can see Castro's great looking Jadu Metaldom Toyota Racing GT86. And speaking of, okay, so it looks like we do have the verdict here, Castro and Denofa, and slide them left for Castro, right for Denofa. And it looks like Jonathan Castro gets the victory. And Lontaine, if you would elaborate a bit on the outcome here and your assessment.
Yeah, all three of us independently deemed Chelsea at fault for being a little too aggressive in an area where the deceleration is totally legal. Now, it's not to say that we don't think what Chelsea was trying to do is great, but you just have to look at what was being done in an area that we allow them to do in. So I think that Brian Eggert pointed out that Chelsea, even after the hit, actually went off track behind Castro. So maybe he was carrying a little bit too much speed in that area. Maybe he was going in a little bit too aggressively and didn't anticipate Castro slowing down. But again, that's something that the chase driver needs to keep in mind in that area.
And again, you saw Chelsea go over there and say like, "Hey, man, you know what words were exchanged? We don't know. I'm sure we could ask."
Yeah.
You hope that it's like, "Sorry, man, I just went too hard." Ryan, what do you think?
Well, no, Castro reached in the vehicle in kind of a compassionate kind of way. So I don't think there was any ill will there. I think Denofa was, you know, probably telling him his side of things and saying what he had to say. But I don't think there was anything like, you know, you know, brake check me or any of that kind of stuff.
It did, like you said. Body language said like, we went to war, and one man loses, one man wins. All right, well, when we come back, we'll clear Castro's car. Short message from our sponsors, and we'll continue here with Top 32. But real quick, why don't you pull out your phones? You're taking photos, so you could win a set of centerline wheels just like Chelsea Denofa runs. Tag a photo of you watching this weekend's event. Hashtag FD Centerline 17. Again, FD Centerline 17. Enter to win a free set of centerline muscle car wheels as run by Chelsea Denofa. And as you saw, they take a licking and keep on ticking. Chelsea Denofa, one of the most aggressive, brutal drivers out there. And you see the condition of the wheels getting in the back of that GT86. So we'll get Castro off here, and then we'll continue with Top 32 when we return here at round 2 of the Formula Drift Blackmagic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in the lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
All right, there it is. You see one lone car there. He was to go against Matt Kaufman, but Matt Kaufman in practice got into a bit of a tussle and unfortunately unable to fix his vehicle and unable to compete. So that means an automatic bye run here for Peter Vincic. And as opposed to a bye run, this is a bye run, but not due to qualifying. This is due to the other competitor taking himself out of competition. So the Polish driver rounding up the two-car Warthouse Drift Team, Peter Vincic, advances on into the top 16, and some people are saying keep an eye out because you got to think the talent pool there, Ryan. Peter and James Dean, they're knowledge sharing, they're both champions in their countries, and you know, they're running duplicate cars.
Yeah, and if they both win their next battles, they'll be facing each other in the grade 8, so that's interesting as well.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
4.
Well, potentially here, right?
No.
Yes, final 4. Yeah, if they win the next 2 battles, yeah, you're right. So yeah, that could be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if they both advance on past the 8, they would meet in the 4. So yeah, that'd be cool. And but next up, we're advancing already through. I mean, we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 drivers already in the top 16. We're halfway through due to bye runs and qualifying. Kristaps Blush, he's from Latvia. Some people say that it was his win last year, one clip away from winning. What's your assessment of Kristaps as a driver?
Well, clearly last year he had the most finely tuned vehicle for this course. He was noticeably quicker than everybody else while maximizing the angle and the line necessary in order to be competitive. And I think the first battle here in 32 is going to let us know whether or not that still holds, but certainly he had the win in the bag last year, just threw it away in the final corner. I mean, literally half a corner to go, and he would have taken out Frederick Oswald, which would have changed the dynamic of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, that was exciting, man. I think everybody kind of likes to see young blood. Everybody has an affinity towards their drivers, but right now, Kristaps Blush and Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones coming all the way from Los Angeles. Doc X on hand-cooked tires, Edelbrock supercharged LS under the hood. Here we go in this Mass Motorsports Power HGK Motul BMW of Kristaps Blush, and Jeff Jones right there in the fold into the power alley, really getting under the first hash mark, closest to the front clip on the first one, just about the second one, and the dominance right now of Kristaps over Jeff Jones. He kept a good distance about the mid-course, the killer crossover there, the power alley, whatever you want to call it. He just showed a little bit more horsepower and forward grip.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the lead run from Kristaps Blush, you can see rubbing up right against the wall there from initiation, getting into the zone early. We'll want to take a look at Jeff Jones's lead and do a comparison to see how well he did. But you can see this gap established here as Jones come through that center section. He loses a little bit of angle, but obviously a big distance here, 3, 4, maybe 5 car lengths back, as they both cross the finish line there. So that's a good start for Kristaps Blush. He's a killer of a chase driver, so he's got to keep the pressure on Jeff and not let him get away.
So Jeff Jones, Kristaps Blush, he will be given chase to start. Chicane not coming into play. No cones were hit. You could see the degree of that bank there, and when they pull off the line, you'll see the car slide, and they're trying to avoid hitting any of those start cones. Now, the cones only come into effect for the lead driver. So you see just a quick modulation there and go on through, and that chicane to allow them to just pair right up on initiation. Jeff Jones initiates. Nice job by Jones out front. See a quick waiver. Comes up the bank a little bit early by comparison to Kristaps, but well executed in the power alley. Now transition that second front clip. Jones. And Jones. That is unfortunately going to be all she wrote for Jones as Kristaps rounds out the course. And Jones, man, what a bummer for Jones. He was looking strong there. I mean, you know, what do you think, Ryan?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty easy call here. You know, Jones did have a pretty decent lead, but when you do the comparison, you can see Kristaps got into the zone a bit earlier, stayed up on the wall, didn't really have that wavering there, and Kristaps is certainly closer in the chase position. You can see both guys hit that inside clip pretty decently, and now as they come across, Kristaps makes a little bit of an adjustment, but right there, Jones loses the front wheels, goes off course, and Kristaps blazes on by. It'll be an easy victory for him into the top 16.
The next entire top 32, slide him left for Jones, right for Kristaps. And you have to assume, and there it is, let's make it official. Kristaps Blush gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Again, way more than halfway through our top 16. We have 10 drivers in and just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more battles left. Matt Field, Juha Rintanen. These guys have seen battle against each other one time before, and Matt Field got the victory. Juha Rintanen from Finland and Matt Field from San Jose, California. Looks like we got a little bit of cleanup here in the burnout box. Make sure what's going on here. All right, so looks like so some fluids here on the course. Clean that up for Jones. We'll re-scrub the tires. So just a quick break here. If you haven't already purchased your tickets for Atlanta, do so. This is only round 2 of 8. Tune in for every round of Formula Drift competition. And we'll be in Atlanta, shoot, in just a few weeks. What's the date again there? May 13th, 12th and 13th. Road Atlanta, I like to call it the womb of Formula Drift. That's where it was born, 2004. This being our 14th year of competition. Join us out at Road Atlanta. It's going to be one heck of a party. If you've never been, I got to say, it's probably my favorite round of competition. So you can see the track crew cleaning up. We'll be right back. A quick short break as these guys clean up on aisle, whatever number it is. They're going to clean it up. When we come back, more of Top 32 here at Orlando Speed World.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
The Falken Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falken Wild Peak MT.
Welcome back. As you can see, we are blowing and maintaining the track, and we will continue on with the action. But right now, just letting you know what's going on. You can win some goods or purchase some goods. First off, we have the Takata Wallet. Get your autographed wallets from some of your favorite drivers, including Frederick Osbo, Chris Forsberg, Ken Gucci, Mad Mike Wadette, and Ryan Turk. The signature green Takata harness is found in numerous vehicles across the grid and many other motorsports. Find yours at TakataRacing.com. Formula Drift Takata Wallets available now, again, at TakataRacing.com. Also, text to win some more goods. Text BVOR, that's in Blackview, Orlando. So BVOR to the number 38714. So type in your phone 38714 and then just BVOR for a chance to win a free Blackview dash camera. You must be 18 or over, $379. So you capture you and your car connected Blackview dash cameras. Again, text BVOR, that's Blackview, OR as in Orlando, to 38714 for a chance to win a free Blackview dash camera. Retail value $379. Must be 18 or older to enter. Standard text rates do apply. All right, so our hardcore fans enduring the elements here. As you can see, safety down there on track, still just assessing what's going on. Jeff Jones putting some fluid out on track. So we'll be right back here at Orlando Speed World.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falken Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falken Azenis FK450. The new Falken Wildpeak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falken Wildpeak AT3W.
All right, here we go. So our next pair of drivers, thank you for your patience, both in the building and online, as we want to make sure we have the ultimate parameters for these gentlemen to ultimate conditions for and ideal conditions for our drivers to drift on. So Juha Rintanen, who qualified 15th, just above Matt Field, who qualified 18th. So a few positions on him. This should be an equally paired match. Juha Rintanen, high horsepower vehicle. And of course, Matt Field, his aggressive style. But Juha, he is one to watch. He got to an accident yesterday, but got it back together and, you know, had this last night to work on his car. But the beast from the Bay, Matt Field, ready to throw down. And here we go. Juha Rintanen out front. Matt Field giving chase. Juha initiating. You can see Matt Field just lunging forward. And Ryan, you talked about that. Look at that. Matt Field nosing in. He's not exceeding the front portion of the car. He does have some killer proximity. You can see the car bouncing around in the killer crossover. Juha Rintanen, both of them having some corrections. Matt Field compromising some angle, but gaining some proximity, lunging forward, showing a little bit of like growl and prowess right there. I like the aggressiveness. Is it the execution? Juha up front. Ryan assessing this whole first portion.
Well, that was very Daigo-esque on the throttle control. It was that, and every time he'd be
like
surging forward, getting more grip, moving up into the car. And watch this move right here on the inside. He's driving through the smoke line. Right there, almost makes contact with Juha. Juha just hits that inside clip barely. Matt still surging on the inside here, attacking, holding a little bit less angle, but being very aggressive in the chase position.
Juha's a soft-spoken driver. You know, Matt Field, pretty outspoken in more ways than one. On track, off track. And if I could, you know, if there were bubble captions or subtitles, it'd be like, come on, Juha, come on, Juha. That seemed like he's like, get on your horse. And with Juha hitting that front clip, that's a testament for him being kind of offline. So, you know, Matt Field having to transition, go into the chase, and allow enough room for Juha, that's great car control. I think that shows Matt Field has kind of, we were talking about it, tempered the flame. You know, that's what he's doing. That's what's taken him to back-to-back podiums at the end of last year. Now Matt Field's out front. What's he going to look like? He's going to throw down, and here it is. The beast from the Bay showing his claws out front, dropping into the flat section. Killer crossover. Now into that second front clip. You can see the horsepower difference. It's very apparent now with Matt Field out front. Juha Rintanen in tow. Matt Field, minimal corrections out front, puts the car in the right places. I mean, all signs are saying Field.
Well, even though Matt did have a very aggressive chase, Juha had a pretty decent lead, so Matt needed to have a lead that was as good or better than Juha's. And you can see he's on a pretty high line there. He's staying fluid as he comes off the bank. He's a little bit late on that inside clip, but just barely, and you can see this huge gap here being established. We really kind of have to pan out to get both cars in view. So certainly Juha did not have the better of the two chases, and Matt had enough of a lead there, I think, to solidify the win.
So Matt Field, Juha Rintanen awaiting the outcome of this battle. And if you haven't seen it, there's a great video called Frenemies. It's Odi Bakshis and Matt Field becoming Falcon teammates, talking about friends, enemies, frenemies. Check it out. And there it is. Matt Field advances on to the top 16. I know Mrs. Field's watching at home, so there's your boy. And Mr. Field, shout out to San Jose, California. And the Drift Cave lead caveman advances on, as I like to call it. Next up, Odi Bakshis. I just talked about the frenemy video, and these guys would see each other in competition in Final Four. If they go against each other, and they have to beat their respective drivers. Field has to go through Frederick Osbo, because Frederick Osbo, so a couple of the bye runs due to qualifying, they already advanced on to the top 16. So if your favorite driver's not here to the 32, listen up, because already in the top 16 is Dai Yoshihara, James Dean, Michael Essa, Frederick Osbo, and Ryan Turk. Those 5 drivers are already in the top 16. We have chosen not to have them do their single bye runs. They're available to run, so they go on to the top 16. In top 16, they will have to do their bye runs in order to show that their vehicles are active. So if they have a bye run, thank you for clarifying that, Ryan. Yeah, if they have a bye run in that instance. But we've decided to expedite the competition. So no bye runs in top 32, but we will continue with that. So Odi Bakshis, Alec Honadel. What's going on here? Odi's backing out. Maybe some 10 or something afoot. But as I said, Ryan, have you watched the Frenemies video and basically the relationship between Odie and Matt Field?
Yeah, I've watched a little bit of it. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. Yeah, I think they are a great couple, so to speak.
Right. Very, very different dynamic, but similar livery, but very different driving and personality. Oh, look at this! Odie Bakshi's with a feint entry, and we have a red flag. A red flag is out, and shutting her down, and Odie Bakshi's. Okay, so this is interesting. So Odie Bakshi's goes through the course, but it is a restart. That will be a restart. And from Odie Bakshi's did hit a cone in the start chicane.
Now the likelihood here is that they're going to have to swap tires. The interesting thing here in the drivers' meeting, Alec stopped through the center section, and the competition director is going to have to figure out whether or not that is enough. He did say that if the chase driver stops and you don't stop, that there may be a problem there. But Alex did drift the majority of the bank. He stopped on the inside of the bank here, so we'll have to see exactly what the ruling is going to be on the course.
For those that don't know, we have the start chicane. You can see the yellow cones, and what that's doing is basically pairing up as ideally as possible the lead car, slowing them down, tempering them, slowing their speed down, so the chase car can, again, set themselves up properly, accommodating for either horsepower difference because it's run what you brung, or just gapping, being gapped, and basically avoiding that. So if the lead car hits a cone, there's 3 strikes and you're out. We're taking some old stick and ball rules here. But if you hit a cone 3 times, you default, you lose. So right now, looks like Odie Bakshi's and both Alec Honadale, looks like, Ryan, what do you got?
Yeah, just hearing over the radio that the competition director is going to let both of them change their rear tires because they both did drift the bank. So that'll mean a fresh set and basically a battle from the beginning with 1 strike going to Odie Bakshi's.
All right, so again, there will be a strike for Odie Bakshi's. And we're talking with the officials. So next up, Alex Hilbrun, Inca Madness Racing coming to this round, a 2nd place at round 1, and we keep repeating it, but it does bear repeating because he's getting more seat time, he's getting used to the car. He dominated in Pro 2. We saw him on the podium here at Pro 2. We saw him on the podium at Long Beach, but also we saw him Friday and Saturday night at the Long Beach Grand Prix, where we have what's called the Motegi Racing Super Chip Challenge, where he took 3 2nd places in a row. He's tired of being a bridesmaid. He has the makings of it. But dude, look at Cameron Moore. Cameron Moore switching up cars, his car prepared by Nameless Performance, the butcher by trade. That's what his day job is. But then also you take a look at it, and he's from Battleground, Washington. And that's a scary combo, man. I mean, he's a butcher, lives in Battleground. There will be blood. See your milkshake? I drink it up. I feel like that's something Cameron would say. But Alex Hilbrun, Cameron Moore, both of them look poised as far as qualifying. Alex Hilbrun qualified 10th, Cameron Moore 23rd. So it's quite a big difference there. But now it comes down to head-to-head. You can't win in qualifying, no matter if your #1 qualifier does not guarantee you a podium. It does in this round of competition guarantee you a top 16 advancement, but definitely does not lock in a carbon fiber trophy. You have to earn that signature carbon fiber trophy. We saw some great driving last night from Pro 2. I'm excited to see 3 more rounds of Pro 2. Kevin Lawrence took it to the top, a newcomer in Travis, and then also that of Josh Robinson coming all the way from Perth, Australia in his Holden Ute. And look that up if you don't know what a Holden Ute is. Ute? What's a Ute? So here we go. Alex Hilbrun, Cameron Moore. Clean start. Hilbrun initiates. Nitto tires. Go blazing. Nice job by Alex Hilbrun. Cameron Moore gaining some ground. Coming down into the power alley. And smashing back. Cameron Moore, a straight line approach to that 2nd front clip. Hilbrun keeping great angle. Great side grip and throwing it forward as Cameron Moore crosses the finish line. Let's take a look at this again here, Ryan. Hilbrun, and Moore.
So a clean start out of the line here. Both drivers staying in their line. The initiation right up against the wall here for Alex Hilbrun. Nice job there. You can see him scraping the back bumper a little bit. Cameron Moore in the chase position, falling down a little bit on the bank. He takes that straight line approach on the inside, but he's not really able to close the door too much, and he has to lose quite a bit of angle on the car coming through that center section. Alex, meanwhile, out front, nice and deep in that final section of the course there. So a good start from Alex Hilbrun. Couple of mistakes here for Cameron Moore, but now he's got an opportunity to make that back as he'll take the lead, and Alex goes to the chase position.
Cameron Moore, Nameless Performance, Toyota GT86. And okay, looks like our safety crew just making sure there's no debris on the course. Some hard-working track workers. Thank you to our track workers and our Formula Drift staff. Also, we'll get some words with Lorette Nickel, too. She's our girl on the ground, Lorette Nickel. She's going to get some updates as things unfold. No massive stories unfolding right now, but they always do in the top 16 for sure. We've had some wacky battles here with moisture, with smoke, with fire, and always tends to be a great one. Clean start, here we go. Cameron Moore, Alex Hilbrun out front, a little feint entry. Alex Hilbrun, straight line approach. In tow, Cameron Moore, strong out front. Hilbrun, closer distance. As Hilbrun dives in, look at that, ooh, dancing with that line there. Hilbrun, it was an interesting line he took. He was way off of that front clip, beyond that third hash mark. Really not setting himself up for success. You saw him go in that inside yellow line. How's that going to fare? How's that going to play out, Ryan?
Well, it was a pretty big amount of the vehicle that went offline. Now, we don't have the 2 tires off as a 0 anymore, of course, but certainly the judges do keep an eye on that. If you are quite a bit offline, that they will sometimes give that an incomplete. Now, here you go. You will see coming through the corner here, there's 1, 2, maybe 3 for a second there. We'll have to take a closer look at it, but that mistake and Cameron's mistake may have kind of leveled each other out, and perhaps we might see it one more time here, or if the judges see that somebody made more mistakes in general, they may go in that direction. But it looked pretty good from Alex's standpoint until that mistake across the center section, and it was very noticeable. Cameron also had that mistake across the center section where he basically pulled a lot of angle out of the car as he took that straight line approach. And let's see if we can look at this from another angle here. The judges get a good understanding of what actually happened to the vehicle coming across that center section from Alex Hilbrun.
You see Cameron Moore come down the bank here. Hilbrun in just a thick cloud of smoke. And yeah, that's a considerable amount of the vehicle off. But as you said, Ryan, it bears repeating that we no longer have the 2 tires off. It's 0 or 3 tires off. I mean, if you go completely offline, you know, we saw Jeff Jones go off course. That's a huge incomplete run for that driver. So in this instance, I would say the needle was on Alex Hilbrun's side up until he went off course. It just, I think, yeah, it's you know, we'll see. So we're looking at it again. Again, Cameron Moore looking strong out front. Hilbrun aggressive in the right spots, but right here, smoke. He transitions early. Again, he was off of that front clip, going to the flat, into the power alley, and then when he transitioned, it was too early. You can't, you know, you can only use so much e-brake in order to wrap it around that second front clip. So we'll see what happens here between the 3 judges, deeming who the victor is here. Our official waiting to deem the victor. You can see the Nitto tires still blazing. Nexon's underneath Cameron Moore's vehicle. Field suspension, IMR, Inca Madness Racing, RTS Racing Services, supercharged BMW in the supercharged V8 under the hood of the BMW. And we are waiting. Cameron Moore, Alex Hilbrun. Sly land, there it is. It's one more time, it's unanimous, and Ryan Sage and I are kind of mouthing under our breaths, like, yeah, what do you think? one more time. I agree with it.
Yeah, I think in that situation where, you had a very large mistake from Alex, close to 3 tires off. I'm sure you could, argue it, but Cameron, in my mind, made an equal mistake, and maybe even to a greater degree. But when you factor in everything into the hopper, I think it's right around that one more time ballpark, and certainly makes sense to get a clear winner out of those two.
Yep, a clear, concise, or just a dominant, or just that scotch that's just got the impact. Initiation, fluidity, commitment is our deal, but we used to call it impact. And I think that's just that spirit, that X factor, that just like that's the reason that person has fans. So speaking of fans, Odi Bakshis, Alec Honadel, you saw them run, but it was a restart. The official said, you know what, get some fresh rubbers underneath the vehicle, get on out there, and then they're gonna, just roll on into it as Odi Bakshis and save themselves here at the reservoir of horsepower. And, just the tip of the iceberg. And it does bear repeating, Odi Bakshis does have 1 strike against him. So if he does make the mistake 2 more times, he would lose to Alec Honadel. Clean start, here we go. Odi Bakshis out front, Alec Honadel quickly getting behind, tip to tail of Odi Bakshis. Alec in that Urban Air S14. Both these guys, V8 S chassis. Similar setups, one supercharged, one NA, and look at this, here we go. Odi right into the crease, Alec Honadel. A native Floridian from Destin, Florida.
Well, talk about being confident in your game. Watch this move right here by Alex. Boom, Alec right in the chase position, locks in on a line, and tries to close the door on Odi, but Odi's nice and high on the bank. Alec right there trying to chase him down as Odi comes into that first inside clip. Alec falling back a little bit, looking to surge forward, closing the door for a second here. Now wrapping around on the inside. Odi almost goes off course there at that right rear, and then both drivers really mashing the throttle through the finish line. So good run number 1 from both drivers there, as now we switch it up. Alec goes to the lead position, Odi to the chase.
All right, so Alec Honadel out front, the Urban Air S14. Urban Air Hoonigan Nexen Tire S14, the Falken tires. All right, let's get fired up. Alec Honadel throws it out, the Galaxy graphics go, oh, and Odi Bakshis goes into the wall and a hard hit. Oh, man. As Alec Honadel rounds out the rest of the course, he will advance on. Urban Air, fixyourfuel.com, and Juku Racing Hoonigan, Nexen Tires, and Odi Bakshis. The vehicle taking a hard hit. Let's make sure he's okay. Oh, man, what a bummer. You can see that. Car seen better days, and that will be, unfortunately, a wrap, but let's take a look. I mean, didn't look like there was any foul play or any contact. Sage, did you see anything that stood out?
No, just my first intuition is that Odi had a mechanical or some sort of mistake here. You can see that the wheels start to lock up there. They start losing angle and lock up, and then he goes right into the wall. And that was a pretty hard hit. He's definitely moving in the vehicle, so he seems to be okay, but certainly that most likely is going to be on Odi. And that would give Alec the win here and a berth into the top 16. And Odi is coming out of the vehicle now. He is okay.
Yeah, round of applause for Odi Bakshis. And we talked about the whole frenemy situation of these, I like to call them old school, but let's call it throwback FD liveries or throwback Falken liveries. As Odi Bakshis and Matt Field running those, the teal and blue, the signature Falken scallops, and yeah, it looks pretty straightforward to Matt Field. So taking a quick assessment here from Odi Bakshis. Now, got to start thinking about Atlanta, as he's gonna pinch it and figure it out. What's gonna happen and throw down Atlanta, the Dirty South?
Yeah, it's a tough break for Odi. I mean, certainly he was up in championship contention last year, had some phenomenal events, Going out in the 32 is definitely not what you want for your championship campaign, but nothing you can do about it at this point. It'll be Alec Honadale moving on into the top 16 to try to make up some ground for himself. And it's a tough break here for Odi Bakshis in 32.
Yeah, and you know, an all-family affair. He's got his wife and daughter out here. She was his spotter. Got Jay Brad, who works for Falcon, his spotter this weekend, and his wife Amy. All right, so Alec Honadale still waiting for the official verdict. And we'll get Odi Bakshis off the course. Ryan, we still have a few battles left here. And again, we have one more time between Hilbrun and Moore. Again, Ryan Turk, Frederick Osbo, Michael Essa, James Dean, and Dai Yoshihara. They are already in the top 16. And also want to let you know the schedule for today. Local time, just about 2:15. We take a halftime break until 5 o'clock. So we'll line up the cars for opening ceremony. Opening ceremonies begins at 5 o'clock. Here is a look at it once again. Honadale initiating. Yeah, I mean, it just looked like they straightened out. And, you know, Ryan, you're quickly after... Sounds like the results are in. Alec Honadale rounds out the course, but this bank seems different than Wall. You know, it doesn't seem as strong a degree, but some of these vehicles are really taking a beating. But we'll get to that as Alec Honadale from Destin, Florida, advances on. Alec Honadale gets the victory and advances on. Do you have you heard about that at all? You know, just I mean, it seems like the cars are really taking a beating here by comparison to some of the other tracks.
Well, I mean, I would contend that Wall has certainly had its fair share of beatings as well.
For sure.
I mean, Wall is a 33-degree banked angle, and it's a much tighter radius. So you have incidents where you don't have to have as long of a distance from start into initiation. And even here, we could probably shorten it up, and guys would still be able to make it just fine. But in Wall, it's a very short run up right into initiation, and you really have to be super careful about not getting sucked up in that top area and hitting the railing up there. And we've seen quite a few fantastic accidents there over the years. So, these bank courses can certainly be treacherous, especially when you get up high on the bank and some of that tire has accumulated over between the few rounds. I mean, they do sweep it between each of the individual rounds, but when you have 4 or 5 battles in, these guys are burning through a set of tires after 2 laps. So there's a lot of different things that they have to deal with regards to what's going on course, and of course you could always have a mechanical as well. And so I'm not sure what happened to Odi there, but certainly you saw that the attitude of the car changed in a way that you wouldn't anticipate, and that forced him into the wall.
And a big bummer there for Odi Bakshis. He's a real contender, as you said, in previous years, and down but not out. Out for today, but we'll see him back in Atlanta. Some fresh skins and a fresh attitude, and ready to throw down. A much more forgiving track in Atlanta. And so thank you so much for joining us out here. Round two of the Formula Drift Blackmagic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. I'm Jared Deenda. Ryan Sage, Laurent Nickel. We'll get some words with her when we come back. A short message from our sponsors. Like I said, a short message from our sponsors, and we're back. Alex Hilbrun and Cameron Moore, Inca Madness Racing. You see the IMR from Lima, Peru, going against Cameron Moore from Battleground, Washington. That's the Pacific Northwest. The Butcher is out for blood and going against the Inca Madness, the Peruvian Warrior. Here we go. Alex Hilbrun on Nitto Tires, a clean start. Out of the gates they go. Hilbrun initiates. Cameron Moore. He's had he's had some experience now against Alex Hilbrun, taking some notes. His spotter, his dad, is in his ear. Cameron Moore, a late transition there, but does set him up for success. As Alex Hilbrun, a wide swing there, allowing Cameron Moore to gain some proximity. Look at Moore, the Butcher, on the door.
Well, very interesting here, Jared. Another miscalculation from Alex Hilbrun coming out of inside clip number 2. Let's take a look at it again. He starts off strong. You can see he gets into the zone pretty early here, nice and high on the bank. Cameron Moore's in general location to the vehicle, but he's not closing it super tight. And then right here, Cameron surges forward. This is where he had that mistake last time. This time he doesn't make that much of a mistake, though he is further back. But then look at that. Alex goes up off course, and he gives him a distance enough for Cameron to close the door and stay super close through the finish line.
So Ryan Sage, we're seeing that. You saw Alex Hilbrun going off the course. Cameron Moore, he's going to get the victory. If you would explain, we saw this yesterday in Pro 2.
Well, we just heard from the competition director and from his spotter that Alex Hilbrun has debeated a tire, and the tires do need to make 2 laps in Formula Drift, and unfortunately he is going to be out of competition because of that. So Cameron Moore is going to get the win here.
Yeah, so that's basically like equipment. You know, your car breaks. You can't call a competition timeout. This is, again, just wrangling in the rules. This is unfortunate for Alex Hilbrun. He's really, I'm sure he's going to be frustrated about this. He's in contention. He has second place, or he came into this round in second position as far as points. But Cameron Moore kind of got a lucky break here, and that's why I assume Alex Hilbrun went offline. He was dancing with the crease there and exceeding it, but Cameron Moore looks like he's going to be advancing onto the top 16. The Butcher with a nameless performance. Toyota GT86 333 is about to see the top 16.
Well, Jared, we're definitely seeing some of these battles start to have an impact on what the championship might look like. You know, after the first round, you're kind of setting the tone for the season. In the second round, you see a guy that gets second place, gets knocked out in 32. You know, he gives some back to that lead guy. Now, if James Dean can make it, which he did, out of 32 into 16, now he's given himself a bigger advantage, and we start to look at who's advancing and who's not, and started to continue with this potential theme that is going to be developing after this round in terms of the championship.
Yeah, it's every round contributes to it, but Chris Forsberg, 3-time Formula Drift champion. He's defending champion, been competing in Formula Drift since day one. That's 14 years. And Forsberg warming up his Hankook tires. He's going against a great friend of his, Pat Gooden. He's from here in Florida. He's been competing or running here since 2006. So they have a lot of history here. Want to send a shout out to Daniel Woolbright. Daniel Woolbright, happy birthday here as Chris Forsberg about to throw down, as I understand. Again, happy birthday, Matthew Woolbright. As now, Chris Forsberg, Pat Gooden about to throw down. Forsberg qualifying 14th, Pat Gooden qualifying 19th. As we're about to see these guys throw down. Forsberg will have the lead run. Pat Gooden, Spray 9 Pennzoil on Hankook tires as well. Forsberg, NOS Energy Drink, 370Z on Hankook tires. Operated by Nameless Performance. Huddy Racing on the S13 of Pat Gooden. Whoa, Pat Gooden throwing it in. Did he bite off more than he could chew? You see, Chris Forsberg, Pat Gooden knows who he's going against. Again, these guys, they're probably going to share some beers later. But right now, mano a mano, Forsberg bringing it in, and Pat Gooden, you see him just getting aggressive in that rear. Wow, let's take a look at that again.
Well, Jared,
that got sketchy.
We talked about where these deceleration zones are, and so certainly that is one area where it is located right there. So Pat Gooden looks like he bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but that's an excellent save by him. He could have very easily gone into the wall there, and he made it competitive by getting back on it, staying close to Chris, but he does make another mistake through the center here where he loses a lot of angle in the vehicle. Chris, meanwhile, is pretty solid in the lead position. You're not seeing a lot of mistakes out there, so it'll be Chris with a nice start on his lead run. Pat made some mistakes, but he's able to stay in battle, and now he's going to get back to the line and mix it up as he'll take the lead.
All right, so right now, we are taking a look. You can see Chris Forsberg came to a halt. We are assessing, was there actual contact? From the angles we saw, naked eye, you know, we're utilizing different cameras here. So I think it's on initiation, Ryan. You did see Chris's car, you know, when he initiated, you saw Pat get really close. There might have been a little bit of chafe there on the door, so it'd be the passenger side, it'd be the right-hand side of Chris's vehicle. Let's take a look at this again, maybe a different angle.
Yeah, potentially right there is where there might have been some contact. But if it is, it would go again. It would most likely go against Pat, I would say, if I had to take a guess. And that would just mean if there's some damage to Chris's vehicle, I'll have some time to fix it. I don't know that that's the case, but just going off of what I'm seeing and hearing now.
Yeah, I think Chris is just inquiring on what transitions. Lontaine, you and the judges taking a look at this, a few different angles here. Was there contact?
I don't think there was contact. It looked like the mark was already on the side of his car. We're just trying to make sure because we did see a mark there. We're just trying to get replays of the right viewpoints so that we can see if there was actual contact, but I don't think there was.
Yeah, I think
just trying to make sure.
Okay, so you see right there.
Yeah, there was enough distance between the two that there was no contact. Yep, all right.
And I know seeing the car yesterday, there was a mark on the door that I saw. So I think that's previous damage. But where's Pat Good? So Pat Good just exited stage right. He's not on the track right now, but we're looking at this. All right, so as we're assessing what's going on here, why don't you pull out your phones, win a set of wheels, Drifts, Hardcore Wheels for the Street, another opportunity for you to win Drifts wheels. Hashtag FDDrifts17, FDDRIFZ17. Enter to win a free set of Drifts wheels from ATDWheels.com. As run by Odie Bakshish, you saw him hit the wall, and the wheels are still there, and they're still ready to do action. So you see how durable. Hardcore Wheels for the Street, and as you saw here on the track, win a set of wheels. Hashtag FDDrifts17. So Chris Forsberg waiting in the wings. All right, so we are getting word that there is Ryan, you're over there conversing with the officials and also with the judges. What's going on?
Well, we saw some damage on the right rear of Chris Forsberg's car and also on the left of Pat Gooden's car. Pat subsequently said, yes, I did make contact with Chris, and so the judges are taking a look at the replays that we have from all angles, and it looks like that they're going to assess that Pat has fault there, which means that Forsberg would be able to fix his car without utilizing a competition timeout, and then Pat would have to make a choice of whether or not he feels he needs to fix his car. But it will only have an impact in terms of the competition timeout. The run itself is still to be judged as is.
Right. So that's the first portion of the battle between Forsberg and Gooden. So as you saw, or maybe you didn't see it, but Gooden just exited stage left. So here's the RainX weather forecast, 92 degrees, partly cloudy, 0% chance of rain. That's always great. 2-mile-per-hour wind. And for those in the metric, 34 degrees Celsius. So it's a warm one here in Florida. And it's a variable that is always, you know, it's involved with the engines, the driver's psyche, the driver's condition, and of course, hardcore fans out here enjoying the sun. So thanks for making it out here. And we're seeing Kyle the Menace Mohan, and that right there is Ken Gushi. And from what I understand, in practice, Ken Gushi had some engine issues, and now he's back out here. His team working hard to get it back out here. Second place overall in the 2015 Pro Championship. 1,000 horsepower. It's unbound, that 2JZ Toyota engine under the hood of his Greddy Performance. Nexen tires, Toyota Racing GT86. Kyle Menace Mohan, that Mazda built to Apex MX-5 on Nexen tires. So Gushi and Mohan. Gushi with 4 wins. Four wins for the Goosh, the OG original Gushi, against the Menace. And yeah, some of the media guys even saying that there was contact 100% on the wall, so I'm even getting some texts. All right, so Ken Gushi, Kyle Mohan, for you Rotary fans out there. So both these guys having some engine issues, but now they're ready to run, ready to do battle. Gushi throws it in. Mohan backing up, but Gushi riding high on the bank. Here comes Mohan down in that flat portion of the track. Gushi continues through the course. Mohan quite a bit of distance back, wound up, always. Gotta love the rotaries. Ryan just seemed from the go, Gushi's just a bit more dominant over that Mazda MX-5 and Mohan.
Well, yeah, and if you weren't following what was going on with the tail of Ken Gushi this afternoon, he had already blown a motor during practice, so this is actually probably one of the first runs back that we've seen. It looks like the vehicle is back in working condition. You can see he's got a large gap here on Kyle Mohan. Kyle trying to play catch up pretty much the entire way through the course. So Ken Gushi starts off with the strong lead. And now Kyle Mohan will go to the lead position and try to take some back against Ken Gushi.
Yeah, and Mohan, he suffered engine failure as well. And, you know, I mean, Mohan, the rotary, he's the only rotary out here in competition. You know, the best we've ever seen him do. He hasn't podiumed in all his years of competition. Do you think Mohan has what it takes here this weekend?
Well, I know that the car has definitely got a very strong ability. I think they just need to get it where they want it to be, and he can certainly go out there and contend with anybody. But right now, he's got to face Ken Gushi with the setup that he has, and try to get some back from Ken after run number 1.
All right, here comes the MX-5 of Mohan out front. Gushi, what's going on here? Gushi. And Gushi is not drifting. That is a late initiation, and we are not seeing a restart flag as Gushi, something happened there. A late start, and Mohan putting down a solid lead run. Ryan, this could go one more time. Or this could be, I mean, that could, I mean, or Mohan could have the win.
Well, it's going to be how the judges take a look at this, where Ken Gushi finally initiates, and how long was he driving straight. I mean, he was driving straight very far past the latest initiation point. Now, typically, if you're not drifting past the latest initiation point, it's going to be a deduction in qualifying. You'll lose all those initiation points. But I think Ken was so far past it that it's possible that he might get an incomplete. So that will, if he does that, Kyle didn't really have an incomplete on his previous run. That would mean that the win would go to Kyle. So we'll have to see as we go to the judges' scorecard here how they interpret that run from Ken.
That's exactly what Mohan needed, and there you have it. Kyle Mohan gets the victory, and truth be told, Kyle Mohan's chase run was not an incomplete run. Kyle Mohan gets the victory, and there you have it. So, Mohan gets the victory and advances on, and just as I said, incomplete run, but we have Laurent Nickel, who's down with Justin Pollock.
Well, guys, we know it is hot and humid here. JTP, we were talking about Long Beach to Florida, and you've made a lot of changes to your car that were pretty significant. Can you walk us through what you've done?
Yeah, definitely. We learned a lot last year. We learned a lot in the off season. We learned even more in Long Beach, and we made some changes that help complement this track. Some suspension changes, some adjustments to the front steering, and I think it's been showing in my driving. Much more control, able to place the car where I want to place it. The car's getting much faster. A lot of the guys are coming over to me, asking me what I'm doing. We're just continuing to work and improve the car.
And you have gained a lot of speed, because last year you said you weren't using the 2016 data because you had some suspension and angle issues. So you've rectified that?
Yeah, definitely. Usually you can carry over data from the previous year. The problem is that we had some binding in the suspension, just things weren't working as well as we wanted. In the beginning of the season, we started to figure things out in the later portion of the season when I brought in a new guy that's much more acclimated to suspension geometry and that sort of thing. So we've rectified all of that, and we're just keeping making improvements every round, and it's exciting because I feel like good things are coming.
Okay, I love the confidence. JTP, best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Lorette, and good luck to you, Justin Pollock. This is the all-Mustang battle. These guys have kind of a storied rivalry, and they've exchanged some words, they've exchanged some fenders, some rubbers, and these guys are one-time Drift Alliance teammates, and it's kind of a mano-a-mano. Look at that. They are 50-50, 4 wins on either side of the fence, 8 battles between them, and they are 50-50. Who's going to come out on top right now? Laurent Nickel having some words with JTP, Justin Pollock. So Annapolis, Maryland. He's actually from Joppa, Maryland, but again, the 900 horsepower Roush-powered Ford Mustang GTP, he will be leading. So Justin Pollock in that Roush Performance, Ford Performance Mustang on Falken tires. Vaughn Gittin Jr., the Monster Energy Nitto tire, Ford Performance. RTR Motorsports team. Here we go, send it. This should be one for the books. This is bragging rights. This is the battle of the Brostangs. Justin Pollock initiating high on the bank as Justin Pollock. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in tow. Lifting that front right tire, transition through the power, exploding that front clip. Justin Pollock with a much more fluid transition by comparison to qualifying. In the creases, JTP, Vaughn Gittin Jr., door to door. Ryan Sage, Ryan Lantain, what do you got?
Well, Justin started off really strong on his lead run here. You can see as he comes out of the chicane, he initiates right at that last standing cone. He's right into the bank. Vaughn is a little bit lower there. Now he starts to make up ground. Now Vaughn is going to stay on a pretty tight line here. He's going to drop a tire and hit that inside clip. As Justin transitions here, he puts some big angle in the car. Perfect on that second inside clip. Vaughn is on a little bit of a tighter line to gain proximity here. So overall, you're seeing a nice, solid lead run from Justin. Not a lot to criticize. Vaughn had some moments where he was really close to Justin, but on a little bit tighter line. On initiation, he dropped down a little bit. So now Vaughn has to lay down an equally solid lead run as Justin and hope that Justin has some mistakes in his chase position.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., ready to rock, professional fun haver. Both these guys, all-American ponies. like I said, a storied kind of rivalry behind the scenes. Here we go. Oh, Vaughn Gittin Jr. hits the cone. Flag and shuts it down. Well caught. All right, so a cone was hit by Vaughn Gittin Jr., the very last one, so restart enacted. No tires will be needed, as none were smoked.
Conspiracy theory, it was done on purpose.
All right, so again, a restart here between Vaughn and Pollock. And the cones put back in their respective positions. And Vaughn Gittin Jr., Justin Pollock, who's advancing on to the top 16. Remember, we still have one battle left. That's Forsberg and Gooden. So 2 halves left, make a hole. Top 16, that is. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Justin Pollock. Who's gonna throw down the stink? Vaughn Gittin Jr. high on the bank. Justin Pollock, tiny bit lower, but nice job in the chase position, tucking into smoke. Justin Pollock makes a move and has contact. Justin Pollock with an aggressive chase move on that killer crossover. Let's take a look at that again. As Vaughn was high on the wall, you saw Justin Pollock in tow, but man, he really went for it in that transition.
Well, we saw this with Denofa and Castro. You can see Pollock is on a bit of a lower line here. Vaughn, a good angle coming off the bank. Nice job on that inside clip. Now Justin's going to come through the smoke line, and this is actually a little bit before, I believe, Ryan, that's a little bit before the deceleration zone. Is that right?
Well, it's hard to say exactly where the decel would be. We always look at it just before the inside clip, but it looked like Justin got in there really early. Typically, we'd see the drivers try to tuck in there a little bit later than that, but Justin was being very, very aggressive. You could see that he was right there immediately, so I don't even think Gittin had started to slow if he was going to slow at all for that inside clip. Looks like Justin was very, very aggressive in that area and just tried to drive through the smoke, came out. You're pretty blind when you go through that smoke. So he came through there and was probably a little bit closer than he anticipated being.
All right, well, 2 wild horses. We knew this was going to be an exciting battle. Let's take a look at this again here. Once again, here's Vaughn. As you said, Pollock a bit lower and Vaughn up high. They drop in. Look at the crossover. Man, so Ryan, I mean, the judges are still over here deliberating, trying to get all the angles, making sure nothing goes unseen.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Ryan's first statement. It just looks like that Justin came through the smoke line pretty quickly here. You can see, watch the smoke line of Vaughn. He's going to let up a little bit there.
It's almost as if Chelsea's situation earlier, Chelsea and Vaughn are teammates, and now it looks like the position, the roles are reversed here, where Justin Pollock plays the pursuer and the aggressor.
Right, and Ryan talked about where the decel zone was. Let's just watch the smoke line of Vaughn all the way through here, and then watch Justin in the chase position. So,
yeah. I mean, the smoke signal, as you said, that's not the end-all, be-all, but it's an indicator if it, gets broken up. If you see one solid, clean smoke, the wheel speed, but in that transitional area, he's right there. And kudos to Pollock. He knows Vaughn Gittin Jr. He knows how he drives this brand new prepared vehicle. Doesn't know exactly that, but Pollock, that's why I say on his lead run, Pollock did a really good job, a good smooth transition by comparison to qualifying. So, basically this is really gonna dictate who's at fault. And as the verdict comes in, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Justin Pollock, and there it is. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the victory in his Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Performance RTR Motorsports team vehicle gets the victory. Ryan Lontana, see your headset on. Could you elaborate, please?
We all decided that upon multiple replays that Pollock himself dove in a little early and got very aggressive. You could see Gittin had just transitioned, and he dove in and hit him before his car was even settled. So it looks like an an overdriving on JTP's part. He was probably, he knew that he had to be really close to getting all the way through the track, and he was a little bit back on, you know, in terms of proximity on outside zone 1, so he probably felt he needed to really be aggressive and get really close, stay close all the way through outside zone 2, and he just, you know, miscalculated his transition.
Thank you, Lontaine, for elaborating on basically the overall consensus of the judges. And our final half of the battle. We've already seen the contact between Gooden and Forsberg. So yeah, so we are again in the second half of this battle. There was contact made. You know, it was kind of a racing incident. All right, again, Brandon Ty, please go to the box office at the main entrance, Brandon Ty. Here we go, Pat Good, Chris Forsberg. There was contact on the first portion of this battle, Chris Forsberg leading. So they headed for the pits. Looks like they changed out some wheels on Chris Forsberg's vehicle. Pat Gooden, he went immediately to the pits, so don't know exactly what happened there. Pat Gooden out front, Chris Forsberg in chase. Pat Gooden, Spray 9, Penzo, Huddy Racing, Hankook Tires, Chris Forsberg, NOS Energy Drink 370Z on Hankook Tires. Great job by Pat Gooden out front. Chris Forsberg tucking into that smoke signal, some distance, some separation here. Pat Gooden takes out that front clip. Now into the crease goes Pat Gooden, Chris Forsberg, playing it systematically, keeping it cool, keeping it calm, and it looks like that's going to be all she wrote for Pat Gooden, as again, he went against a great friend of his off the track, but gloves are off or on, depending on how soft or hard you want to hit.
Well, the judges will look at run number 1 in its entirety. The fault for contact will just be in order to fix the vehicles, because the run was able to be maintained throughout the entirety of the course, but we did see some mistakes from Pat Gooden on run number 1. Looks like Chris kind of knew exactly what he needed to do here strategically. He's able to keep an eye on Pat as Pat laid down a pretty solid lead run and then close the door towards the end. And here is run number 1, so you can see it again. This will be basically a back-to-back comparison. That's where that contact was originally made. And Pat, great save by him. Incredible job to keep it in. Now he's going to come across the center section, basically driving straight, and that's, I would say, probably the bigger of the two mistakes from initiation to that section there. And I think that that's going to be enough to secure the victory for Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, let's make it official. I mean, Pat threw it down, and shout out to Donna. You couldn't be here, but glad you're cheering on your boy. Again, a local Floridian, the king of spring break. Passionate Pat is knocked out, and Chris Forsberg gets the win. Chris Forsberg gets the win in the NOS Energy Drink 370Z on Hankook Tires, advancing on to the top 16. The top 16 is set. The top 16 is set here at Orlando Speed World, playing host to uncharted territory. The Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras, will be back on the webcast, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is just about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. Local time, 2:45. So you do the math. Go to formuladee.com. Watch on the website. Again, we're back here. Hashtag FD Orlando. Let us know you're watching from around the globe. Blow up the interwebs. Let's have some fun and party here in Orlando Speed World, home of Mickey Mouse, Harry Potter, and now, of course, Formula Drift. Thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of the judges, Lorette Nickel and Ryan Sage, we'll see you back here in just over 2 hours. I'm Jared Dienda. Again, round 2 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Be sure to pick up a NOS Energy Drink. Pick up a can in the hand, here at Orlando Speed World. Pick it up. Compliments of NOS Energy Drink. We'll see you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Send it.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh,
Pretty
Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean,
Not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Turk, you got permits for this, right? I don't know. I thought that was your job. We just arrived in Independence, California. We got my man Chris Forsberg. We're gonna destroy one of the sketchiest roads I have ever seen. A lot of cliffs, and we're gonna show you what it takes to hopefully come out of this clean.
Going well so far, just getting situated at the hotel. It's pretty rustic, might be haunted.
We're fresh off of Formula Drift Long Beach. As you can see, Turk's car is up in the air getting its regular maintenance.
Can you grab me 10, a 12, and a 14?
We're currently at 4,500 feet, but it's only going up from here.
I feel like I'm in Colorado.
It's gonna knock us down about 20% of horsepower. We talked to our tuners. I'll probably be around 500-600 horsepower, but more than enough to get the job done.
Just not put it on full kill and we should be okay.
Sourdough is an excellent choice for most breakfasts. However, not for PBJ.
It's a bad choice.
Who did this? Jacob? He would.
Up here is like a mountain here. We instantly do follow fill. Chris spins tires and helmet cam of Chris. Thumbs up, e-brake into here. Sounds good to me. In a minute here, we're gonna head up the mountain and start our shot list. All right, we're on the road that leads us to the drift road, Onion Valley Road. My ears are popping. We're already high in elevation. Really hoping the cars are gonna work properly.
Very epic backgrounds.
Look at this. Looks like we're in the French Alps. This is the complete opposite of the East Coast in the woods and forests that we have, so this is absolutely phenomenal. I actually found this road, no joke, on Google Maps, and it's pretty exciting to be out here and see it in person. We like to do these things with fresh tracks just because it ups the intensity when you realize that the driver has only tried this once. Power up and out, and you're off up into that. Hopefully we make it to this turn in the mountain. Chris is about to test out his car, hoping the adjustments are correct and that the cars actually have enough power to make it all the way to the top.
Car's feeling pretty good. We just wanted to take it easy on the first one out, but went back out and gave it a couple of rips, burned a little tire, nice and clean. Power's a little down, but definitely got enough to get this job done.
Welcome to our hotel. It's weird. It's 100 years old. It's haunted. We got a sweet old caretaker named Frank taking care of us. Charles Manson was arraigned across the street. And here we have Andy Lapuka cooking us some dinner.
Welcome to Flavor Country. We got tater tots, barbecue chicken, and peppers and onions. Gonna stack them up on a sandwich for some serious flavor bombs.
Flavor's pretty bomb, let me tell you. Come back over here. We have Andy Lapuka with some mood music. Welcome back to Flavor Country.
Definitely gonna be one of the sketchier videos that we've done. It's gonna be cool.
Gotta get the fluids out. You never know how long you're gonna be stuck in a car for on these shoots. The cops are
Hey man, did you look at it?
Let's sit down. don't tell anyone about this. Gotta get those logos on, man. I thought it would be a little sketchier than it is, which is a good thing. There's obviously points of danger for sure. There's a margin of error no matter what you do. You know, our cars are pretty on point. I wouldn't take anything else up here besides our pro cars, so you know, we have total faith in these things.
All right, burn out and send it. Action, action.
That feel?
Sluggish. Check under the hood. We're officially done. I'm gonna hand this over to Chris. Chris is gonna go do this. And then hold on for now, bro. Turn the camera off. All right, unfortunately, that's it for me. We have a blown engine in my car. Thankfully, Forsberg's here to take over the reins, so I'm gonna pass the torch. We have an all-time road, and somebody's gotta shred it. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be me, but Forsberg's a perfect man for the job. Forsberg!
I think it should be good. Oh, next time we do it, I'll do it.
Copy.
see if this mount works.
Jeez Louise.
And then slide the other one to focus it. Boom, boom, boom. Couple of kids out here. There you go.
Turk's gonna get his ride along. It's very rare that race car drivers ride with other race car drivers, which cracks me up, but we're gonna make him do it anyway.
Sketchy every time.
Probably the most comfortable ride along I've ever had. No major death-defying cliffs or rocks or. It's all good. Forsberg's the man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I don't know if I've had a ride in a pro car, to be honest. That's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
That's a wrap on another Turked episode. I'm glad my friend Chris Forsberg here could have all the fun. And when life gives you lemons, you smash them.
I sit and wonder why every time that I'm thinking of you.
door. Insane run right now. It is a dogfight. And there it is, folks. Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion.
There still is some rain in the forecast for the rest of the afternoon, so for the remainder of the afternoon we will have an open practice session for all drivers to get used to these conditions.
Not getting as deep in that touch and go, but wow! Oh, doctor! Look at that! Mad Mike spins into the rear clipping zone, makes the correction as Chelsea Denofa passes Forsberg, who's going to be first place here in the streets of Latvia. And your winner is Chelsea Denofa! Chelsea Denofa is your winner here in Long Beach. There we go, Chelsea Denofa, our points leader. Woo! Balls down. Looks like, unfortunately, Denofa could be broken there. Oh my goodness! Pollock, both these guys, bragging rights between friends. But even more so, they want to get on the podium. Bonkin Jr. right there, door to door with Dai Yoshihara. Two veterans of the sport, two former champions. Bonkin Jr. grabbing the win here at round 2, Road Atlanta. Look at Odie right there, blending into his door, shredding some fiberglass. Whoa, buddy! Oh, Merdaunt goes into him. Frederick Osbo, the strong, solid, straight line initiation. Frederick Osbo, once again, finds the crease and dials it in. But look at Frederick Osbo pulling away. Nice job by Osbo, McCory. Great angle from Forsberg. Blues throwing some more angle at it. Coming off the bank. Frederick Osbo throws it into the bank. Look at Christoph Blues. Can he get that #1 spot? Frederick Osbo cuts through the smoke. Blues maxes out the angle. Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo, is your winner here in Orlando. Bonkin Jr. high on the bank. Look at Kristaps, absolutely attacking like a maniac. Oh no, Pat Merdaunt for a swing. Throws it in, Forsberg falling down there quite a bit, coming now into that first front clip. And look at this, Chris Forsberg gets the win.
After Jersey, I was really frustrated. I wasn't seeing eye to eye with the judgment call and what was going on with the direction that I saw Formula Drift going. But, you know, I got obligations to sponsors, to teammates, and I really just decided I got to come back and finish off this year at least. And, you know, I'm trying to work through it and, you know, give the judges what they want to see.
Ryan Turk throttling through, smashing the throttle. Look at Gucci right there on the door of Turk. Michael Essa going hard at Chris Forsberg. Bonkin Jr. sticking it to the wall. Chris Forsberg right there. Wow, Vaughn narrowly escaping some contact there. Bonkin Jr. grabs the win in his Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang RTR. Wang sheds his back bumper, big angle here. Stoneback really off course here. Oh wow, and Justin Pollock getting to the side of Bonkin Jr. Wow, some big flames. Kaufman not all the way out to that rear clipping zone. Frederick Osbo mimicking him. Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg doing battle. It's a dogfight. Chris Forsberg giving him the French press here. Ryan Turk firing off. Chris Forsberg ducking into smoke. Forsberg into the wall. Looks like he almost made contact just out of camera shot. Man, these guys, this is an all-out battle. Make some noise, Formula Drift world. And there it is, it's unanimous. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Brake lights being tapped there by both the... Oh, and Forrest Wang exploding that wing off his car. Osbo showing some dominance here, but Odie Bakshi's, look at that, a big flick around that final clip. A big gap between the guys. Bonkin Jr. gets into the wall. A quick disruption of the vehicle, but back on the throttle. Getting into that rear touch and go is Forsberg, filling the rear zone. And Frederick Osbo is near flawless, chasing him down. Frederick Osbo getting the victory here at St. Eustache. Whoa, Gucci drops in. Wow, Ryan Turk goes into the wall. Oh, and Alex Hilbrun goes in on the inside. Moen gets it out there. Tyler McCory explodes. Not only his bumper, but his rear trunk makes it. Oh, Dr. McCory goes hard into Kenny Moen. Out to that touch and go. Big, nasty transition by Bakshis. Absolutely throws the back end in of that vehicle. Back off, initiates in the bank. Nice job by Garrity. Look at him right there. Mirroring him, Coppin throws some more angle at a drag at the wall. Come on, Seattle. Shutting it down is Goosh. Good transition. Look at that. Into formation. It's a dogfight here between Bakshis and Gucci. Who's going to get the win? Gucci's already got third. Bakshis pulling away from Forsberg. Bakshis into the wall. Nice job by Odie. Coming down now into the power alley. Forsberg right there, and he comes in too hard. And now your winner here at round 6 of the Formula Drift Championship, Odie Bakshis. Odie Bakshis gets the win. Look at Matt Field right there on the door of this Volkswagen Passat. Tyler McCory, big angle. Wow. And now dive jumping up. Whoa, narrowly escaping. Osmo nosing in. Dean Carnage Carney coming in hard, and we got contact. Field, surging attack, and Vodkin Jr. spins out. Ryan Turk now way off course. Osmo zeroing in. Osmo making his presence felt here in Texas. Osmo bringing it into that front clip. Osmo, a big mistake by Osmo. The winner's going to the finals. Here we go. Matt Field throwing it in. Christos Blues taking a very wide line. Unfamiliar territory for Blues, as Blues all over the course. Monterdale Forsberg taking out that front clip into that second rear clipping zone. Monterdale ripping out of the whoa! Monterdale going off course. Matt Field out front. Chris Forsberg giving chase. Field initiate into that first rear clipping zone. Forsberg closing the door and banging doors. And there it is. Forsberg pushes too hard as Field. Can Field keep it together? Your winner here at Texas Motor Speedway is Matt Field. Matt Field gets the win, his first ever Formula Drift win. Vodkin Jr. out front, initiating. Oh, and Vodkin Jr. hit into the wall. Vaughn goes into the wall. Big angle from Gucci. How's that going to pay off? Oh, my goodness. Yoshihara looking dialed. Precision driving from him. Man, Yoshihara is just flawless at this point. Here we go into that first front clip. Verdon and Forsberg right there. Oh, and Forsberg on the wall. An unbelievable turn of events. Here we go. Matt Field, Frederick Osbo, championship implications on the line. Matt Field throwing into that second rear clipping zone. Some wobbling into the second. Frederick Osbo poised. Right there on the door. Look at Osbo closing in.
Oh,
We're
man.
seeing some contact firing off. What just happened as everybody is watching this battle and what's going down. If Frederick Osbo loses here, Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Brian says Matt Field and Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Here we go. Down the court, throws it in. Ryan Turk in chase. Ryan Turk gets the win and advances on to the Final Four. 3, 2, 1, and there it is. The clock has expired. The 5-minute allotment for the competition timeout, but he does get on the podium due to his number 2 qualifying position. Nice snappy transition by Yoshihara. Oh, and Yoshihara goes into the wall. Your winner here in Irwindale, the House of Drift, Matt Field, here at the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. It's been a tumultuous season, and sometimes your fate is left in other drivers' hands, and Chris Forsberg is your first ever 3-time Formula Drift champion.
Welcome back to another season of Drift Garage. Drift Garage is a series that shows home garage do-it-yourselfers how to build and upgrade drift cars like the pros. I guess you could call us pros. Parts? Parts, 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 parts. In previous years, we've built everything from a twin-turbo Nissan 370Z to this custom all-purpose Titan truck and even an anti-lag street Toyota 86. This time, we're rebuilding this 20-year-old Nissan 240 SX. We're also going to be building this 1972 Datsun 510 wagon. Just a couple of old cars with some simple mods being built in a regular garage by a regular guy. And the best part about it is, I got my good buddy Ryan Turk to help me every step of the way.
Really hoping the cars are going to work properly.
Very epic backgrounds.
Look at this. Looks like we're in the French Alps.
This is the complete opposite of the East Coast and the woods and forests that we have, so this is absolutely phenomenal.
I actually found this road, no joke, on Google Maps, and it's pretty exciting to be out here and see it in person.
We like to do these things with fresh tracks just because ups the intensity when you realize that the driver has only tried this once. Power up and out, and you're off up into that.
Hopefully we make it to this turn in the mountain.
Chris is about to test out his car, hoping the adjustments are correct and that the cars actually have enough power to make it all the way to the top.
Pretty good. We just wanted to take it easy on the first one out, but went back out and gave it a couple of rips, burned a little tire, nice and clean. Power's a little down, but definitely got enough to get this job done.
Welcome to our hotel. It's weird. It's 100 years old. It's haunted. We got a sweet old caretaker named Frank taking care of us. Charles Manson was arraigned across the street. And here we have Andy Lapuka cooking us some dinner.
Welcome to Flavor Country. We got tater tots, barbecue chicken, and peppers and onions. Gonna stack them up on a sandwich for some serious flavor bombs.
Flavor's pretty bomb, let me tell you.
Right over here. We have Andy Lapuka with some mood music.
Welcome back to Flavor Country.
Definitely gonna be one of the sketchier videos that we've done. It's gonna be cool.
Gotta get the fluids out. You never know how long you're gonna be stuck in a car for on these shoots.
Hey man, did you look at it?
Let's play down.
Don't tell anyone about this. Get those logos on, man. I thought it would be a little sketchier than it is, which is is a good thing. There's obviously points of danger for sure. There's a margin of error no matter what you do. You know, our cars are pretty on point. I wouldn't take anything else up here besides our pro cars, so you know, we have total faith in these things.
All right, burn out and send it. Action, action.
That feel. Sluggish. Check under the hood. We're officially done.
I'm gonna hand this over to Chris. Chris is gonna go do this, and then Hold on for now, bro. Turn the camera off.
All right, unfortunately, that's it for me. We have a blown engine in my car. Thankfully, Forsberg's here to take over the reins, so I'm going to pass the torch. We have an all-time road, and somebody's got to shred it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be me, but Forsberg's the perfect man for the job. Forsberg!
I think it should be good. Next time we do it, I'll do it.
Copy.
Gonna see if this mount works.
Jeez Louise. And then slide the other one to focus it. Boom, boom, boom.
Couple of kids out here. There you go.
Turk's gonna get his ride along. It's very rare that race car drivers ride with other race car drivers, which cracks me up, but we're gonna make him do it anyway.
Sketchy every time.
Probably the most comfortable ride along I've ever had. No major death-defying cliffs or rocks or. It's all good. Forsberg's the man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I don't know if I've had a ride in a pro car, to be honest. That's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
That's a wrap on another Turked episode. I'm glad my friend Chris Forsberg here could have all the fun. And when life gives you lemons, you smash them.
I sit and wonder why every time that I'm thinking of you.
right now. It is a dogfight. And there it is, folks. Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion.
There still is some rain in the forecast for the rest of the afternoon, so for the remainder of the afternoon we will have an open practice session for all drivers to get used to these conditions.
Nothing as deep in that touch to go, but wow! Oh, doctor, look at that! Mad Mike spins into the rear clipping zone, makes the correction as Chelsea Denofa passes Forsberg, who's gonna be first place here in the streets of Long Beach. And your winner is Chelsea Denofa! Chelsea Denofa is your winner here in Long Beach. There we go, Chelsea Denofa, our points leader. Woo! Balls down. Looks like, unfortunately, Denofa could be broken there. Oh my goodness! Pollock, both these guys, bragging rights between friends. But even more so, they want to get on the podium. Bonkin Jr. right there, door to door with Dai Yoshihara. Two veterans of the sport, two former champions. Bonkin Jr. grabbing the win here at round 2, Road Atlanta. Look at Odie right there, blending into his door, shredding some fiberglass. Whoa, buddy! Oh, Merdaunt goes into him. Frederick Osbo, the strong, solid, straight line initiation. Frederick Osbo, once again, finds the crease and dials it in. But look at Frederick Osbo pulling away. Nice job by Osbo, McCory. Great angle from Forsberg. Blues throwing some more angle at it. Coming off the bank. Frederick Osbo throws it into the bank. Look at Christoph Blues. Can he get that #1 spot? Frederick Osbo cuts through the smoke. Blues maxes out the angle. Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo, is your winner here in Orlando. Bonkin Jr. high on the bank. Look at Kristaps, absolutely attacking like a maniac. Oh no, Pat Merdaunt for a swing. Throws it in, Forsberg falling down there quite a bit, coming now into that first front clip. And look at this, Chris Forsberg gets the win.
After Jersey, I was really frustrated. I wasn't seeing eye to eye with the judgment call and what was going on with the direction that I saw Formula Drift going. But, you know, I got obligations to sponsors, to teammates, and I really just decided I got to come back and finish off this year at least. And, you know, I'm trying to work through it and, you know, give the judges what they want to see.
Ryan Turk throttling through, smashing the throttle. Look at Gucci right there on the door of Turk. Michael Essa going hard at Chris Forsberg. Bonkin Jr. sticking it to the wall. Chris Forsberg right there. Wow, Bon narrowly escaping some contact there. Bonkin Jr. grabs the win in his Monster Energy Nitto tire Ford Mustang RTR. Wang sheds his back bumper, big angle here. Stoneback really off course here. Oh wow, and Justin Pollock getting to the side of Bonkin Jr. Wow, some big flames. Kaufman not all the way out to that rear clipping zone. Frederick Osbo mimicking him. Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg doing battle. It's a dogfight. Chris Forsberg giving him the French press here. Ryan Turk firing off. Chris Forsberg ducking in the smoke. Forsberg into the wall. Looks like he almost made contact just out of camera shot. Man, these guys, this is an all-out battle. Make some noise, Formula Drift world. And there it is, it's unanimous. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Brake lights being tapped there by both the... Oh, and Forrest Wang exploding that wing off his car. Osbo showing some dominance here, but Odie Bakshi's, look at that, a big flick around that final clip. A big gap between the guys. Bonkin Jr. gets into the wall. A quick disruption of the vehicle, but back on the throttle. Getting into that rear touch and go is Forsberg, filling the rear zone. And Frederick Osbo is near flawless, chasing him down. Frederick Osbo getting the victory here at St. Eustache. Whoa, Gucci drops in. Wow, Ryan Turk goes into the wall. Oh, and Alex Hilbrun goes in on the inside. Moen gets it out there. Tyler McCory explodes. Not only his bumper, but his rear trunk makes him, oh, Dr. McCory goes hard into Kenny Moen. Out to that touch and go. Big, nasty transition by Bakshis. Absolutely throws the back end in of that vehicle. Back off, initiates in the bank. Nice job by Garrity. Look at him right there. Mirroring him, Coppin throws some more angle at it, dragging the wall. Come on, Seattle. Shutting it down is Goosh. Good transition. Look at that. Into formation. It's a dogfight here between Bakshis and Gucci. Who's going to get the win? Gucci's already got third. Bakshis pulling away from Forsberg. Bakshis into the wall. Nice job by Odie. Coming down now into the power alley. Forsberg right there, and he comes in too hard. And now your winner here at round 6 of the Formula Drift Championship, Odie Bakshis. Odie Bakshis gets the win. Look at Matt Field right there on the door of this Volkswagen Passat. Tyler McCory, big angle. Wow. And now dive jumping up. Whoa, narrowly escaping. Osmo nosing in. Dean Carnage Carney coming in hard, and we got contact. Field surging attack, and Vodkin Jr. spins out. Ryan Turk now way off course. Osmo zeroing in. Osmo making his presence felt here in Texas. Osmo bringing it into that front clip. Osmo, a big mistake by Osmo. The winner's going to the finals. Here we go. Matt Field throwing it in. Christos Blues taking a very wide line. Unfamiliar territory for Blues, as Blues all over the course. Monadale Forsberg taking out that front clip into that second rear clipping zone. Monadale ripping out of the say, whoa! Monadale going off course. Matt Field out front. Chris Forsberg giving chase. Field initiating into that first rear clipping zone. Forsberg closing the door and banging doors. And there it is. Forsberg pushes too hard as Field. Can Field keep it together? Your winner here at Texas Motor Speedway is Matt Field. Matt Field gets the win, his first ever Formula Drift win. Vodkin Jr. out front, initiating. And Vodkin Jr. hit into the wall. Vaughn goes into the wall. Big angle from Gucci. How's that gonna pay off? Oh my goodness. Yoshihara looking dialed, precision driving from him. Man, Yoshihara is just flawless at this point. Here we go into that first front flip. Verdant and Forsberg right there. Oh, and Forsberg on the wall. An unbelievable turn of events. Here we go. Matt Field, Frederick Osbo, championship implications on the line. Matt Field throwing into that second rear clipping zone. Some wobbling into the second. Frederick Osbo poised. Right there on the door. Look at Osbo closing in.
Oh,
We're
man.
seeing some contact firing off. What just happened as everybody is watching this battle and what's going down. If Frederick Osbo loses here, Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Brian says Matt Field and Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Here we go. Tyler McCory throws it in. Ryan Turk in chase. Ryan Turk gets the win and advances on to the final four. 3, 2, 1, and there it is. The clock has expired. The 5-minute allotment for the competition timeout, but he does get on the podium due to his number 2 qualifying position. Nice snappy transition by Yoshihara. Oh, and Yoshihara goes into the wall. Your winner here at Irwindale, the House of Drift, Matt Field, here at the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. It's been a tumultuous season, and sometimes your fate is left in other drivers' hands, and Chris Forsberg is your first ever 3-time Formula Drift champion.
Welcome back to another season of Drift Garage. Drift Garage is a series that shows home garage do-it-yourselfers how to build and upgrade drift cars like the pros. I guess you could call us pros. Parts? Parts, 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 parts! In previous years, we've built everything from a twin-turbo Nissan 370Z to this custom all-purpose Titan truck, and even an anti-lag street Toyota 86. This time, we're rebuilding this 20-year-old Nissan 240 SX. We're also going to be building this 1972 Datsun 510 wagon. Just a couple of old cars with some simple mods being built in a regular garage by a regular guy. And the best part about it is, I got my good buddy Ryan Turk to help me every step of the way.
What's up guys, I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one.
It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell.
So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
How we doing out there, Orlando, Speed World, and around the globe? We are live here at second round of the Formula Drift Blackmagic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. This is only round 2 of 8. It all ends in Irwindale, but this is our second stop. So at this time, if you would, please stand and remove your hats. Because as you can see, not only are there cars, but there are soldiers, and there are also the young men and women wearing blue t-shirts have made a commitment to serve in our United States Air Force. And to honor their commitment, please remain standing while Colonel Eubanks administers the oath of enlistment.
Orlando Drift, thanks for having us today. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I obey the orders of the President and the officers appointed over me in accordance with regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Let's give him a round of applause.
All right, please remain standing. And as you can see, remove your hats. Presenting the colors, Patrick Air Force Base Honor Guard. And playing the national anthem, Senior Airman Bobby Lucas. once again to Senior Airman Bobby Lucas, Patrick Air Force Base Honor Guard, Colonel Hugh Banks, and now the young men and women wearing blue t-shirt made that commitment. Now let's introduce you to our top 16 drivers ready to do battle here at Orlando Speed World for the second round of the Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Beginning with our three-time and defending Formula Drift champion, the NOS Energy Drink 370Z on Hankook tires, Chris the Force Forsberg. Next up, his Drift Alliance teammate in the Gum Out Hankook Tires Nameless Performance Toyota Racing GT86, Ryan Turk. Next up, from Battleground Washington, the Butcher in his brand new debut Nameless Performance GT86, it is Cameron Moore. Next up, first place finisher in Texas and Irwindale last year. He's in the Falcon Tires Drift Cave Lucas Oil S14.5, the Beast from the Bay, Matt Field. Next up, your 2011 champion, also your #1 qualifier, meaning he is the winner of the Black Magic Intense Tire Wet $500 cash. There it is, Dai Yoshihara, as the cash is presented by Mark Tucker, brand manager for Black Magic and Gum Out, and holding the sign, Sandy Marshall, CEO of the Project Scientist STEM Academy. $500 for Dai Yoshihara, your #1 qualifier in the Turn 14 distribution Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ. Next up, your 2013 Formula Drift champion. He is in the ESSA Autosports Achilles Radial BMW, Michael Essa. Next up, coming to us from Latvia. He got second place here last year. He wants to take it all the way to the top in his HEK Wisefab Achilles Radial BMW. It is Christoph Splush. Your current Formula Drift points leader. He had some time here in Formula Drift, but he's back with a vengeance. He's in the Wordhouse S15 from Ireland, James Dean. Rounding out that Wordhouse duo, coming to us from Poland on Falcon Tires, it is Peter Vincek. Next up, this driver coming all the way from Texas, now living in Claremont, Florida. His first ever top 16 showing in Juku Racing, Hankook Tires, BC Racing, S13.4, Little Tex, Nate Hamilton. Some more international flair. Moving on to the Irish driver known as Carnage, the Oracle Lighting Achilles Radial Dodge Viper. It is Dean Carnage Kearney. He is a strong DR family. The Dominican Republic flag is on his roof in the Jadot Methyl Dom Nexon Tires Toyota Racing GT86, Jonathan Castro. Next up, qualified second, is your 2015 Formula Drift champion in the Rockstar Energy Drink Nexon Tires Toyota Racing Corolla IM. It is Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo. Next up, it is the lone rotary in competition. Throw up the wankle for the Nexon Tires Built to Apex Top 1 Mazda Tricks MX-5, Kyle the Menace Mohan. Next up, former Formula Drift champion. He's in the Monster Energy Drink Nitto Tires Ford Performance Mustang RTR team. It is Von Gittin Jr. Last but definitely not least, in the Urban Air and Juku Racing Hankook Tires, Nexon Tires S14, sorry buddy, Nexon Tire. You got it, Nexon Tire. That is right, from Destin, Florida. Say what's up to Alec Honadell. These are your top 16 drivers, hashtag FD Orlando. Are you ready to send it around the globe? Orlando Speed World, round 2 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
calm, so I'm just going to try to play.
Well, there are your top 16 drivers. A beautiful opening ceremony. Never had a saxophone player. That was pretty sweet. What do you think,
Yeah, it
Ryan?
was very, very cool, yeah.
That was really cool. So we've whittled down to the top 16. These are the gentlemen about to do battle. We'll have our first battle. But first, let's take a look back at some of the top 32 highlights and some of the notable battles here. As we saw Christoph Blus, you know, he wants some redemption from last year.
Yeah, he certainly got very, very close to taking home the victory here against Frederick Oswald. Just that one mistake that we talk about a lot in the corner. And but he will be moving on and has another opportunity to fight for it.
And then Matt Field, Juha Rintanen. Matt Field just had that kind of, that nice, actually, you called it Daigo-esque, where he's just surging, and then his lead run was powerful. Alec Conadale, Odi Bakshis.
Yeah, tough break here for Odi Bakshis. I guess you talked to him during the break, and he basically said he didn't really know what happened to the vehicle, and unfortunately he wrecked out of competition.
Alex Hilbrun, he debeads a tire, basically beats himself. Fortunately for Cameron Moore, he advances on, but Hilbrun suffers that debeated tire, cannot advance on.
And this one right here was definitely a very interesting battle. We saw some contact right here that was questionable at the beginning, but then we were able to identify with the vehicles that did happen. It played somewhat of a role, but only in the instance of being able to determine who was at fault and who could repair their vehicles, but it was Forsberg who moved on in the end.
Now the battle of the Mustangs. Justin Pollock comes hard on the inside. Von Gittin Jr. takes the hit, and the judges deem it as Justin Pollock at fault. He pushed and got too aggressive. They say Von Gittin Jr. advances on, and he is going to the top 16. So I kind of like the battle there between the Mustangs, and Von Gittin Jr. comes out on top. So taking a look at our top 16, the making of a great event. But James Dean, who is our points leader, is still in it as we take a look back at Long Beach.
Well, we didn't get an opportunity to see him battle in the top 32 because he was one of our buy runs, so we'll now be able to see just exactly how much the drivers have adjusted to James Dean and vice versa. He's obviously got a solid lead in the championship, and as you can see here, what he does is he goes out and lays down a very, very amazing lead run and then lets the other driver try to make up ground in that second battle. But he's a mean chase driver as well, and it's going to be interesting to see the way that he acclimates to the bank and these treacherous conditions where tire wear is always a factor.
Yeah, and I was talking to some of the spotters, some of the drivers, and some people are saying it's kind of a wacky event. I wouldn't call it wacky. I would say that we're really splitting hairs. And when it whittles down to the 16, it's just going to get gnarlier. 8, 4, just we're really getting down to the fine nuances of what makes the winningest driver here today. So speaking of that, let's talk about event format. What's going to unfold? Because we had qualifying yesterday, 32, 16.
Yeah, just a rehasher of what we saw in the top 32. We're going to see drivers competing in single elimination head-to-head battles where each battle consists of 2 runs. The higher qualified driver is going to lead the first run and chase the second. And, of course, it's driver A, driver B, or if it's too close to call, one more time. And then, of course, it's good to go over what we used to call the zeros and what we now call the incompletes, where drivers are basically down to what is essentially a 0, and that would be spinning out, opposite drift if your hood hatch, trunk, or doors open during a run, unsportsmanlike conduct, or an inactive chase.
And then this dynamic course here, 2 rear clipping zones, 2 front clips. There's a look at it and how the judges are breaking down in their sectors.
Yeah, this is the map that we use for qualifying. You can remove those points, but you'll be able to see the zones and the inside clips that are being utilized. One of the most challenging parts of this course is coming from inside clip 1 to inside clip 2, where you have that whoop section there. We always see a lot of contact, and a lot of times battles are decided there.
The power alley, the killer crossover, the whoop section, it's a variable. And coming off that bank into the flat, well, our very own Lorette Nickel, she is the 3rd member of our broadcast team outside of Ryan Lontaine, who gives the insight from the judging panel. But Lorette Nickel down on the track and really breaking down the surface of it.
Hey guys, I wanted an opportunity to bring you down to the track and talk about the conditions. Now you know the drivers are coming off this bank and transitioning to the flat. Look at the conditions here. There's so much rubber being laid down. It's kind of like a cheese grater down here. You can see a lot of divots as well. This is really difficult on the tires. There's a lot of grip that's being laid down here. And I got an opportunity to talk to Chelsea Denofa about this section specifically, and he said tire conservation is very important, especially on that last straightaway. He said this section feels like basically if you can imagine being on the back of a bus and you hit a pothole at 75 miles an hour, that's what this feels like. So he said you hit it, you don't bounce, and then you quickly move right past it. Guys?
All right, thank you so much, Lorette Nickel. And we have a special guest up here joining us, and it's Tech Sergeant Croc. And Tech Sergeant Croc, and you're here with the United States Air Force. So first off, thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for
your
support.
Well, yeah, I mean, cool, you know, seeing the depth swearing of the young men and women, and of course the national anthem, the honor guard, and never had a saxophone.
That's a new one for me too. But
Yeah.
you know, I think they like the instruments. It might be something to think about in the future for us.
All right, how long have you been in the Air Force?
Well, sir, I've been in for 17 years now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Don't call me sir. Don't call me sir. No, thank you again for your service. And where have you been all across the world, or have you been here in the States? Or?
Yes, sir, I've also been overseas. I've been stationed in Europe for a short period of time, and then sent back to the United States, Las Vegas, Italy, now Orlando.
Yeah, you've seen the world. And primarily we bring you up here because what's your role now in the United States Air Force?
Well, I'm an enlisted sessions recruiter, so I am basically when your kid gets done with high school and wants to join the military, wants a good career, a good start in life, then you'll come see me.
Yeah.
We'll provide them with an education and get them paid and see that their future is bright.
Yeah, see the world, and it's not just it's not just combat. There's a lot of technical jobs, and you've seen the display, you've seen the simulator, you've seen the vehicles, and there's so many technical jobs. And my grandpa was in the Air Force as well, World War II. He's still alive. Yeah, it's really awesome. But again, there's so many different roles, and so across the globe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Definitely, yes. We just like Formula Drift, you have a lot of technology and engineering poured into these cars, which is why this pairing with the Air Force is really good, because we're on the leading edge of technology when it comes to our aircraft, whether it be the cyber world. That's an increasingly important role in the landscape of the world right now. So yes, we're just like you guys, on the leading edge of technology.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Tech Sergeant Crocs, so are you a car guy? I got to ask you.
Yes, sir. I'm an old hot rod guy, though.
Oh, that's fine. It's okay. These are hot rods. They're just different makes, manufacturers. I mean, you look at this and you can't tell me that's not a hot rod.
Yeah, yes, sir, it is.
You definitely like classic muscle and hot rod in that essence.
But there's a lot of horsepower in these things, too, so I appreciate the horsepower, definitely.
I think there's a blood, sweat, tears, and I like to call beers that go into these cars and across the globe. And I have an affinity for all kinds of cars, but you can't deny how exciting this is, right?
Yes. Oh, very exciting. Yeah. This is my 3rd year doing this event, and it's amazing to see how these cars go around the track, and just the tight the proximity to each
Yeah.
other. Exactly. It's
Yeah.
it's some scary stuff I wouldn't try in a vehicle. That's for sure.
I got to tell you, after you said 17 years in service, so again, thank you. I've been doing this for 14 years announcing this, so I'll tell you the progression of the cars and the builds, and just like in the United States Air Force, as you said, the technology has grown. So thank
Yes,
you
sir.
so much, Tech Sergeant Kroc.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank
Oh,
you,
of
Formula
course.
Drift, for everything.
Thank you.
Appreciate
It's
it.
mutual. It's mutual. So the party's about to begin. Tech Sergeant Kroc, United States Air Force, thank you for all those in every extension and branch of the Armed Forces, and of course the National Guard and the Coast Guard. Thank you so much as we are going into our first battle of the top 16, Daijiro Yoshihara and Nate Hamilton. Dai Yoshihara, Nate Hamilton. This is Nate Hamilton's first time into top 16 in Pro. We saw him in Pro, went back to Pro 2, and now here he is back at Pro 1. And
I'm gonna have to swing out a little bit. Okay, cool.
all right, so Dai Yoshihara, #1 qualifier. We have not seen him compete today as far as head-to-head because he qualified #1. And again, as I said, number 144, Nate Hamilton, Little Texas, first time in Pro 1. Dai Yoshihara, a force to be reckoned with. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, he certainly had the most consistent run according to the criteria yesterday, hence the high qualification of a #1. But I would say if there's anything working against Dai in this situation is that he hasn't been on the course for quite a few hours, whereas Nate has spent some time in the top 32, a few runs. He's warmed up, so that would be the one thing that I would say that maybe is working against Daijiro Yoshihara. But obviously, as a veteran, he kind of knows what he needs to do, and having that lead run out front should give him a little bit of an advantage.
So here we go again. Dai Yoshihara, Nate Hamilton. It's a clean start. Our first battle of top 16 here at Orlando Speed World. Dai Yoshihara throws it in. The turn 14 distribution BRZ. Nate Hamilton gaining some ground on Dai, and Nate Hamilton pushing hard. Almost too hard. Straightens out, coming to the flat bottom. Transitioning into the power alley, into that second front clip as Dai maintains great angle all the way through the course in the crease. And there it is. So seemed that Nate Hamilton, he tried to catch up, gain some ground, but it ended up biting him there when he transitioned from the bank to the flat.
Well, Hamilton did have a good start here. You take a look at Daijiro Yoshihara initiating high on the bank, surging forward is Nate Hamilton. Now Nate is going to get super close to Dai, and he's going to fall off here, and then he's going to straighten up as he comes off the bank. You can see a big gap established here as Dai hits that second inside clip, stays wide here. The judges are looking to run those back two wheels right along that yellow line without going up on the bank. And Daijiro Yoshihara did just that.
So we're now going to switch it up with Nate Hamilton, Little Tex, 144, and Juku Racing, Hankook Tires, BC Racing coilovers. He is running the LS Turbo, very similar engine setups, or both LS and Turbo, I should say, under the hoods of their respective vehicles. And Dai Yoshihara, Formula Drift veteran since Dai 1 Slide, or Daijiro Yoshihara, Falcon Tires. Turn 14 distribution, BRZ. Nate Hamilton, a little slide, corrects it out. Clean start. Here we go. Send it. Nate Hamilton transitions. Little feint entry. Thrown into the wall. Great angle there. Dai Yoshihara right on the back wheel of Hamilton. Is it going to pay off for him? A little bit of separation there. Tex with some big angle there past that front clip. Nice job zeroing in on the prize. Is this enough? As Hamilton in the crease. Nice job, Dai. They cross the finish line. Round of applause for both these drivers. Again, Little Tex, Nate Hamilton, his first time in top 16 in the pros.
Well, you have to appreciate what Daijiro Yoshihara did on the bank here. He certainly pressed very, very hard, almost to the point of contact right there. But he's able to stay in it, keep the vehicle at lock. He falls off for a second here as he gets back in it. You can see Nate out front trying to throw down the best lead run that he possibly can after Dai did one of his own. And Dai stretches out, closes the door here, right through the finish line, and a good second run there by Nate Hamilton, but perhaps that mistake on run #1 is going to be the costly one.
And there it is, Dai Yoshihara gets the victory and advances on to the Grade 8. Round of applause for both these gentlemen. Nate Hamilton, Dai Yoshihara, pretty straightforward, unfortunately, with Nate Hamilton. Again, maybe a little bit of nerves there. He knew he was going against a former Formula Drift champion of 2011, Dai Yoshihara. All right, so now we are seeing that of Dean Carnage Carney going against Peter Vincek. Now, Peter has not seen, or excuse me, he did see competition. James Dean did not. That's his Wordhouse teammate, and these guys are good friends. They travel. They're hanging out. You know, this is kind of where they don't want to be, but we've seen this with. We're going to see it later on with Ryan Turk and Chris Forsberg. Sometimes you get paired up against people you really don't want to, because it's one is done.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too for Peter. He actually was going up against Matt Kaufman in that first run, and I believe Kaufman had that malfunction with his car, wasn't able to get there.
He had a crash previously.
Yeah, so he in essence kind of had a bye situation here, or at least didn't get to compete against another competitor on the run.
So Dean Carnage Carney will lead. Dean qualified 8th, Peter qualified 24th. As Dean will, looks like they are scrubbing it off, getting our cameras ready, our Blackview dash cameras, to capture the action for our CBS Sports show that will begin airing later this year. Many different ways to see Formula Drift action as we are here in the Ford Round 16. And here we go. Next one is our Formula Drift airing on CBS Sports. Dean Carnage Carney initiating. Peter Vincek on the door. Woo! Are you kidding me? Look at this. Peter quickly getting to the door of that Dodge Viper. Exploding that front clip is Dean. Past the second, Peter Vincek. Showing some muscle here. Oh, and Dean spins. Maybe a little bit of nervousness there from Dean, pushing too hard. Wow. Are we seeing any contact here? That's really what comes into play now. From my naked eye and knee-jerk reaction, it didn't look like it, but I'm seeing Peter. All right, so what do you say, Orlando? Make some noise.
Let's take a look at this again here, Jared. A lot of stuff happened in this battle from Peter right from the onset, really pushing the pace here. Backs off a little bit, but very aggressive. But Dean is nice and high on the bank. Now watch Peter as he comes off the bank a little bit. He's going to lose a little bit of angle, a slight understeer right there. So a little bit of a mistake from Peter in the chase position. But this will be the most talked about moment in the battle here. As Dean wraps around the corner, you're going to see right here, he's got big angle in the car. Let's take a look at it again. And like you said, Jared, at first face, it does look like that Dean was in the process of spinning, but let's bring in the third member of our broadcast team. Ryan, walk us through this second run.
Yeah, it looks like Peter really had an issue there coming off the bank. He was really, really close all the way around outside zone 1, but right here, you'll see Dean start to over-rotate before the finish line, and Peter doesn't have anywhere to go and ends up making contact with him. So I think we're going to put that spin solely on Dean Carney. It looked like he was definitely in fault for his own spin. Peter just didn't have anywhere to go and ended up making collision.
So in a bit of panic here, again, talking to Lantain at first, second, third look, it truly does look like Dean. Yeah, that angle, you know, that's tough because he's blocking Peter's car, but Lantain, that other one where you're seeing down, so Dean spun independently, no contact prior until after the spin.
Yeah, it looks like the contact occurred because of the spin and due to the fact that Piotr was so close to Dean, he had nowhere to go and just made contact with that front right corner, right? You can see the headlight gets kind of smashed in as they make contact. So you'll see right here, he's already spinning right there. He's over-rotated. Peter didn't have anywhere to go, ends up hitting the front corner of Dean's car. So definitely put that one on Dean Carney himself.
What that means for competition, again, Dean spins. It's an independent incident. It wasn't due to contact. He spins. Peter hits it, and we're kind of, I don't want to say freaking out, but basically Peter got out of his car and inspected it. By rules, he is allowed to do that, but in the pits, and you have to deem fault, Ryan, to one of the drivers.
Yeah, and in this case, because that was run number 1. We would definitely need to give fault there, and I believe you guys are giving it to Dean, so therefore Peter will be able to work on his vehicle, and then we'll revisit the second half.
So Dean Carnage Carney at fault. He spins independently. Peter hits him, so Peter will be allowed to take a look at his car, and he's doing just that. All hands on deck here for this Wordhouse Drift team. They still have 2 cars in the game, so they're getting prepared, and he's allotted a certain amount of time. in the specified time here for him to fix it?
Yeah, for this particular round, he'll get 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes potentially, including if he wants to add his competition timeout.
All right, so 10-minute allotment for him. It's still a thrashing type incident because he wants to get back out here, finish out the run. Dean Carnage Carney will have a bit of a deficit there due to him causing the spin, and he spun before the finish line. Let's clarify that as well. So he's at fault, and he did spin. So a lot of red, white, and blue out here, but I would say the red, white, and blue flag of Jonathan Castro is more definitive of his origins, and then James Dean, there's no orange, white, and green out there, but that is the flag he's waving in his heart and soul because he is from Ireland in the Wirt House. James Dean, our current points leader. These guys have not seen competition before. I mean, look at this, an Irishman and a Dominican Republic walk into OSW. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out. Again, James Dean qualified 4th overall, one of those coveted 5 spots of this round that received a bye run. So James Dean has not seen competition yet. Castro had to make his way through Chelsea to Nofa, which made for an exciting battle there, and James Dean will be out front. James Dean will lead, Castro will give chase. Castro qualifying 20th, and as I said, James Dean qualified 4th. Clean start, no cones hit. James Dean initiates, Castro. Look at that, mirror image of each other coming around the bank from Dean and Castro into the flat section. So James Dean navigating that bank pretty properly without any problem, and bringing it on home across the finish line. Man, we are only into the 3rd battle of top 16 and not even done with a total of 3.
Yeah, everybody's stepping up their game. I mean, look at this chase run by Castro on the bank here. Incredible job. He gets right into it. He's in the pocket here, stays super close. But look at James, a nice lead run out top, very, very high on the bank. A little bit of separation here, so this would be good. Take a look at James Dean's lead run, and then also pay attention to Castro's chase. And as we swap, you'll compare inside your mind who won the leads, who won the chases, and that may dictate your winner here. So now we'll switch it up. Castro goes to the lead, James Dean goes to the chase position.
All right, you can see it, like I said, red, white, and blue all over the track. Got a lot of white because that being the smoke that these guys are pouring out of their vehicles, necks and tires underneath that of Castro and James Dean with the Falcons. Quickly, these guys get door to door. Castro high on the bank, look at that, right in the green wall, the big green monster for quite some time. James Dean performs surgery on that crossover. Castro getting out to that crease, cannot shake Dean. Make some noise, Orlando.
Very, very interesting.
Unbelievable.
I actually think that Jonathan Castro did as well on his lead as James Dean, but I think Castro did better on his chase in the bank, in that section there. Now James is definitely going to push the pace here on the inside. He's going to get very, very close here on this side of the bank. So you're going to have a lot of little details here the judge is going to have to look at, especially this section of the course where James is on a very similar line to Castro, and he is super close door to door.
I think James has the proximity. I'd like to see him maybe step back a little bit and not exceed the front nose of the lead car and emulate the angle more. I think he had good proximity there. Castro owned the chase on that bank. I mean, that was one of the best. Even just after 3 runs, that looked strong. I was really impressed. And he was even higher on the bank in the lead run. I mean, if they went one more time again, I would not be bummed, and I don't think the fans across the globe would be either. I mean, that was some phenomenal driving. Do you think somebody's more dominant? Not saying names, but Ryan, what do you think?
Well,
here we go.
Here's the side-by-side, and you'll be able to get an opportunity to look at Castro's lead and the chase side-by-side. Now, Castro, to me, has an equally good lead run, but he's better on the chase on the bank, which is obviously an important part of this course. Now here you can see there's some separation, and James is closer to Castro in his chase position. Now let's watch where James Dean ends up in his lead position on this section of the course versus Castro. Very similar there, but James is closer on that section of the course. So close battle, great run by these two competitors.
Like I said, I feel like the James Dean, he compromises a bit of angle to get that proximity, and that's, you know, it's all things included. I mean, we have all these buzzwords, but it's stylistically, it's that X factor, who takes it to the top. Hats off to both of these guys. I mean, that was great. So here we go, Castro and Dean, Dominican Republic versus Ireland. Which one are we going to slide them? Who do you guys think gets the win? Is it Jonathan Castro? Or do you think it's James Dean? Look at that, a one more time from Ryan and Brian. They're going one more time. And like I said, Ryan, I don't want to put anything in the judges' heads. We're just the announcers. We're just kind of speaking off the cuff. Do you agree with that call?
Yeah, no, I think you said it best. We're just splitting hairs at this point.
It's unbelievable, and we're only in the 16. I mean, this is crazy. Are you guys hyped or what, Orlando? I mean, you guys and gals and kids and children of all ages have absolutely, endured some hot conditions, but it's going to get hotter. Here we go. Look at these two BMWs. Michael Essa, he is your 2013 champion. Christos Blush from Latvia. He got second place here last year. He wants some redemption. He's going to have to go through Michael Essa. Essa qualified 5th. So Essa has not seen competition here this weekend. Blush made his way through Jeff Jones. Essa initiates quickly on the wall. More angle added towards the latter portion of the bank. You cannot see Christos. Oh, Blush affected by the Achilles radial smoke. To cut through that, you are purely going off of muscle memory. The cockpit of that HGK Achilles radial BMW, both these guys on Achilles. This is an all Achilles battle.
Well, Michael Essa immediately gets into the big outer zone here and stays there with great angle. You can see Blues is on a little bit of a lower line, and then as he hits the bumps here, he's going to fall back and he's going to give some room to Michael Essa, who hits that second inside clip perfectly. Now Essa's not going to do the latter outer zone as perfect as he did the first outer zone on the bank, but nonetheless it was a good start for Michael Essa. A couple mistakes by Christoph Blues in the chase, but now he has an opportunity to try to match that lead run of Michael Essa.
All right, so again, that smoke really, I think that was the first time the smoke, I mean, not the first time, but that was the most smoke we've seen in that smoke trail, just being blinding. I mean, that's really going to be an issue.
And Essa is certainly one that can throw up a very, very thick cloud, so you have to certainly be careful and drive with that muscle memory that would be expected going through an area where you just literally can't see.
Blown clouds get vaped out. He does not vape, by clarification, by the way. So, Christoph Blush will lead. Essa now in the chase position. Which way are the judges kind of thinking right now? Let's compare. Christoph's on the wall, Essa as well. Some distance between them. Couple car widths. Now through the power alley. Christoph, look at that, just dominant. On the throttle, consistent, big angle from Luch. Riding that yellow line and mashes it all the way through. Wow.
Well, you can definitely see the quickness here of Christoph Blues' vehicle. Very evident on this second run. Essa was about at the same distance after initiation throughout the entirety of the course. Let's take a look at this here. You can see Blues maybe not as deep as Michael Essa entering that zone, but he does get pretty high here. Essa doing a decent job at this point, but then you're going to start to see Blues kind of pull away a little bit here through this center section. Michael Essa keeps that about 2.5, 3 car lengths. Blues gets up on the bank though. He does go outside the line there on the rear wheel. So will that have an impact on the overall run? You have Michael Essa with a very solid lead, Blues making a few mistakes, then Blues having a slight gap with Michael Essa, trying to chase him down. Blues goes up on the bank. Essa has that 3 to 4 car length distance between them. So the judges milling this over to see if we have a winner.
All right, going to the judges, Christophs and Essa, and it's unanimous. Michael Essa gets the victory. Ryan, I truly believe it came down to, unfortunately, for Blush, that lead run, that first run, getting lost in the smoke, getting way offline. That threw him off, and that was just where Essa, you know, the smoke was the largest factor of that run. So unfortunately for Christos Blus, it comes to an end for him here in Orlando. You know, just a lot of eyeballs on him. HGK, Motul, Wisefab, Achilles Radial, BMW, but ESSA Autosports, Achilles Radial, BMW advances on into the Great 8. Now here we are once again. This is that of Dean and Castro. Talking about James Dean and Jonathan Castro. One more time battle.
Sorry, they were just trying to take my camera when you were...
James Dean will lead, Castro will give chase. Castro hanging tough with our current points leader. Castro, a lot of confidence on his side. I know he's got a lot of supporters here in the building in Orlando. And there they are. And here we go, Senna. On their one more time battle, are we gonna have a winner? Dean throwing it in, Castro right there once again. Like a broken record or a perfect chase run. Castro allowing the distance, regaining into formation. Castro with what I've seen to be the best run of his career. Jonathan Castro with the weight of DR on his shoulders. Are you kidding me? I just got the chills straight up. The hair is standing up on my arms. People, you just witnessed greatness.
That was probably the best chase run we may have ever seen at this venue here by Jonathan Castro. No mistakes, does not get flubbed through the smoke line, comes right through, lands in the pocket against James Dean. Door to door, does not give an inch. And meanwhile, we can't take away from James Dean. This is an incredible lead from him, but Jonathan Castro has laid down a massive gauntlet, and James Dean is going to have to put on the chase of his life if he wants to win this battle.
Castro is just, I feel like all of DR is riding shotgun with him, man. His daughter, or excuse me, not his daughter, I'm flustered. His wife and his son are riding with him. An unbelievable run by Castro. Now he just needs to throw down a good lead run with our current points leader in tow. Hats off to Castro regardless of the outcome, but also he had a great chase run because he had a good lead run. So take that in consideration. Sorry. You know, James Dean did have a great lead run. So here we go. Who's going to advance on? It's a clean start. We're going to have a winner. Or are they going to go one more time? Here we go. Castro drops in on the bank. James Dean right there. Castro a lot higher on the bank. Now into the power alley on that first front clip. James Dean transitions. He's right there as well. And Jonathan Castro into the crease. James Dean, this is what I'm talking about. He has the proximity. I truly don't think he has the angle that Castro did. Unbelievable showing. Did Castro just take our current Formula Drift points leader out, Sage?
You cannot take anything away from James Dean here. That was an incredible chase run of its own, but sometimes these battles that are super close like this, it's easier to tell where there's little mistakes made. You can see James on a little bit of a lower line here, but super, super close, doing what he needs to do. And he also does not get flubbed through the smoke line. Tucks right up in the pocket. He's right there, right next to Jonathan Castro. Castro is doing a great job in the lead position. You can see Dean with a tiny bit less angle right there, but still, amazing job by these two competitors. Best battle of the day so far.
What do you guys think? I'm seeing some one more times up there. Where are my James Dean fans at? Where are my Jonathan Castro fans at? Where are my one more time fans at? Here we go, going to the judges. Ryan says, Jonathan Castro. Brian and Andy say, one more time. Andy says, Jonathan Castro gets the win, taking out our current Formula Drift points leader. The championship has already been shaken up. Ryan Lontaine, going to you, your feedback, please.
So I chose Jonathan Castro mainly because he did a better job in the chase position. I believe their leads were pretty similar. You can't really fault either one of them. They got outside really wide on outside zone 1 and 2. They were close on the clips. It came down to the chase runs, and I believe that Castro did a better job of mimicking James Dean's lead run. He was just as close as James, but mimicked his angle and his transitions better. It mainly came down to the fact that James was a little bit lower on outside zone 1 as well. He wasn't quite as high, whereas on Castro's chase, he was right up there, perfectly mimicking what Dean was doing.
Yep,
Amazing
right
job by Castro. This is the battle of his life, really. That was unbelievably close, but I think that Castro
on any other day, that is a winning chase by James Dean. I mean, that is an unbelievable chase on any other day, but Castro just looked absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, Andy just said Castro sacrificed a lot less to maintain that proximity and put that chase run together.
Yeah, that's what I even noticed from James Dean and Castro in the chase position on their first battle leading up to this one more time. These are just, you know, Ryan, I said it, I started out, it's going to be the broken record here today. Look at that, Vaughn Gittin Jr. giving Castro applause. You can see these guys, you're seeing other teams just giving him praise because that was an unbelievable run. Look at Castro. Aldo, his boy, giving him a hug. That's his team. Dude, look at that. I think he's emotions probably getting the best of him. But hey, man, you still got more battles. Because look, you might very well be, he's going against Essa, but how's it going to end up? Right now, we're on the other side of the bracket. Frederick Osbo qualified second, going against Matt Field, who qualified 18th. And here we go. Frederick Osbo in that brand new Rockstar energy drink. Toyota Racing Corolla IM. Osbo up on the bang, Matt Field right there. That hatchback getting nice and tight to the wall. Matt Field shredding some bumper. A correction there from Field in the chase position. Osbo continues through the course. And here we go through the course, and Field does not look like himself. There might be that left rear.
Let's take a look at this again here, Jared.
Yeah.
You can see Osbo out front, real snappy, quick rate to angle initiation, nice and high on the bank. Field charging down, and right here you're going to see bumping, gets through here. Something happens on that transition here to Matt, and I think the left rear comes unhinged. It looks like it debeated there, and if that's the case, he is finished.
Oh man, again, another case of what we've mandated is the tires need to stay beaded for 2 runs. And if you do not, unfortunately, you know, if you debeat on your first run, you cannot replace a tire.
And this track in particular is where we saw a lot of that in years past. So drivers have had to adjust tire pressure, but grip is so important. So you're really running a fine line. Jared, just to give you a quick update, Peter had his 10 minutes timed out. He called his competition timeout. He made the repairs to the vehicle. So he's charged with a timeout, but he will be back to competition to do the second half of battle between him and Dean Carney.
Copy that, and he does have an advantage, so that plays to his, you know, to his advantage, because Dean Carney caused the spin, he caused the accident, he spun before the finish line. So Dean Carney needs to have a solid chase run, and Peter just needs to run through the course properly like he can. But again, he did take a hit. Did he have some critical parts? Did the Wordhouse team fix it properly? We're about to find out. So right now, it seems that Osbo and Field, it's all over for Matt Field because of his debeating. So Frederick Osbo will run the course in his Rockstar energy drink. Nexen Tire Toyota Racing Corolla IM. All right, so we are inspecting what's going on with Frederick Osbo. It looks like, again, as I said, unfortunately for the 777, Matt Field, the Falcon tires, Black Tracks, Vaptasia, S14.5, the Beast from the Bay. He debeat the tire on his first run. You saw him shed the bumper, and then the back left came debeated. So this is his bye run. Frederick Osbo will advance on the Rockstar energy drink. Nexen Tire Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla IM. And yeah, I mean, we go to bank tracks, you know, Irwindale, Seattle. Seattle's very fluid. Irwindale, pretty fluid. But Wall, it's the most violent bank to flat track. But this track, I don't know if it's the angle, the speed, or what that is causing, you know, a lot of just abuse on the cars, from tires to suspension to all of it.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you come off at a more extreme angle and then you go right into a whoop section. So we saw a lot of debeating tires there in the past, and we saw Matt take one here. Now it's unfortunate that's how he has to bow out,
Yeah.
but you know, that is the case, unfortunately.
Well, Ryan, I'll be quite honest. I think, you know, both of us got really emotional there with Castro's run, and you know, like I said, I was honest in saying the hair stood up. You said you got even a little choked up, and Lorette Nickel is with Jonathan Castro, who's in the pits now. Lorette?
Jonathan Castro, congratulations. Oh my, I love the smile. I love the celebration. That was incredible.
I was just telling the guys on the radio, that's me driving, like I drive home, like feeling I'm home. It's this amazing feeling. I'm shaking. I'm like, wow, this is a lot. I'll have to give it to the guys who made this car, to put this car so easy to understand what to drive, and allow me to do whatever I want. I just want to go crazy. A couple Red Bull and worked out fine.
And so emotional for you. What are you processing right now?
I have a lot in my mind right now. It's just a good feeling. I think this is coming for Super Drift. Be able to break that barrier and move forward. It's just like it kind of clicked. And we all talk about it. Like it was a change, very big change for us. And I'm feeling really, really impressive good.
So happy for you. Jonathan Castro, moving on. Great job, Jonathan.
And look at that. He does it with grace. He's psyched. He knows this is just another step, you know, going 16-8. He's not on the podium yet. He hasn't won the event, but that's a personal victory that I think he'll forever, you know, that run was just poetic. And like I said, you're witnessing greatness. That was, I think all of us here were looking at each other like, did that just happen? That was unbelievable. We're still talking about it up here, to be quite honest. So, well, we got more battles to ensue. We are revisiting Dean Carnage-Kearney. This is the second half. Remember, this is the second half. Dean Carnage-Kearney and Peter Vincic. Peter on the lead because Dean led on the first battle, or the first half, I should say, the first run. The Wordhouse Falcon Tires drift team, the S15 from Poland. Dean Kearney, like I said, these guys, great friends off track. They're hanging out in their toter home earlier. I'm sure at the halftime they were joking, probably talking a bit of smack. But now, this is where the proof in the pudding is. And Ryan, you know, Dean has that deficit.
Yeah, he does. It's going to be a requirement of Peter to have something similar, whether it's a spin or something that equates to an incomplete. But unfortunately for Dean, he's got to lay everything on the line here and try to force an air from Peter.
All right, so Peter Vincic and Dean Kearney. And we are sending cars. So with this, we are more than halfway through our top 16. Here we go. Peter, feint entry. Dean lights up the Achilles radials. Oh, and Peter tapping the wall, but stays in it. Are you kidding me? Peter Vincic, I gotta say, that was not what he should have done. Peter going hard. Now in this situation, this scenario, Dean Kearney could be getting his advantage back. This could be going to a one more time.
I don't see how it doesn't go one more time because you had a 0 in the lead position from James. You have what appears to be a 0 incomplete from Peter in the lead. 2 lead zeros is an
incomplete run.
Yeah, is an automatic one more time. If it was in the chase, it might be different because then we can compare lead to lead. But when it's 2 leads incompletes, it's going to be an automatic one more time. So that's a big mistake there from Peter.
Yeah, that's Dean got a lucky break there as Dean spun on the first run. Peter now in the lead run. He just needed to throw down a run. But let's go ahead and take a look at it. And one more time, and there it is. I mean, it was, man, I don't know if Peter was feeling obligated to maybe give it to Dean. I don't know. Like I said, they're friends, but that seems a bit too gracious. Ryan, I love you, but I don't know if I'd do that for you, man, and take the hit there for you to advance on or get that one more time.
I wouldn't want you to.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's the fact of the matter. So, wow. So one more time between these two drivers as we advance on through the 16. Alec Honadell, Cameron Moore. Alec Honadell, the car was kind of lacking a little bit here and there, and then now it looks like it's back. Honadell went against Bakshies. Bakshies went to the wall, allowing Honadell to go on. And then Cameron Moore, if you look at it, he did go one more time against Hilbrun, but on the one more time battle, Hilbrun debeated a tire. So he kind of got handed a victory as well. So these gentlemen have gotten some lucky breaks. Now they really need to throw down. We'll see if they both get consistent runs. Who's going to be dominant? Cameron Moore, the Butcher, from Battleground, Washington, takes the lead. No cones are hit. Here we go. Cameron Moore, Alec Honadell drops there. Oh, and Alec corrects. A correction there, straightening out. Cameron Moore comes down into that first front clip. A transition. Oh, and in the smoke. In the smoke, Alec Honadell, Cameron Moore, that power rally. Let's take a look at that back left corner of Cameron Moore and that front right of Alec Honadell.
Well, at first pass, it does look like a mistake by Moore, and this is not the best Alec Honadell I think that we've seen. We see him very aggressive, but a few mistakes in the chase position, losing angle, unwinding angle on the bank, and then right here, Moore looks to be completely independent there. Spins out in front of Alec, so if that holds, it will be an incomplete for Cameron Moore, an advantage to Alec on the second run. This will show us here from this angle as they transition back around. Yeah, that's completely independent.
We're seeing safe. We're seeing safe there from the judges, and yeah, that's an independent incident from Cameron Moore, the Butcher. As Alec Honadell, you see him, like you said, not the prettiest right out of the gate for Alec Honadell. Cameron Moore comes down, just loops it, the old loop-de-loop. So that will be an advantage to Alec Honadell here in the Ford top 16. Alec Honadell out front. And Cameron Moore in tow, but quite a few car lengths back. Alec on into the power alley. Transitions into that second front flip, Cameron Moore. Having a hard time hanging with Honadell. And it looks like it's all Alec Honadell.
So second run of the battle here between Alec Honadell and Cameron Moore. After that incomplete for Moore, it's Alec Honadell making really no mistakes in the lead position. Nothing that would force it one more time. Nice and tight on that inside clip. Moore about a few car lengths back. You can see lacking the angle a little bit here, but it will all be for none the less as Alec Honadell will find his way into the Great 8.
Let's go to the judges, Honadell and Moore. And there it is. Alec Honadell advances on from Destin, Florida, holding it down for Flo Rida. Let's call him Alec Diddy Honadell. All white suit, all white everything. All right, two bros off track. Now it is a brawl. It's a bro-all. Knock down, drag them out. Both these vehicles operated by Nameless Performance, both of them on NOS Energy Drink, Black Magic. It is a lose-win situation, so this team, you see that. 12 battles between both of them. Forsberg, the better winning percentage. Overall, 69.3% winning. That's not just these battles, that's overall. the most podium finishes of any Formula Drift driver, Chris Forsberg, and he's going to have to go through Ryan Tuerck, who qualified strongly. As Ryan Tuerck qualified 3rd, Chris Forsberg qualified 14th, but that's all out the window. Here we go. Ryan Tuerck initiating high on the bank. Chris Forsberg compromising some angle to gain that proximity. Wheel to wheel, dropping in on the power alley, transitioning through, over the hip and through the cliff. And Tuerck pulling away, Forsberg. A big correction there, Tuerck dialing into the crease and pulls it on through as Ryan Tuerck, live free or die, has a dominant performance out front, the 3-time champion in tow.
Well, let's take a look at this here as Ryan Tuerck takes a lead. You can see he initiates nice and high on the bank. Forsberg down a little bit, maybe slightly less angle. Now Forsberg closing the door as we hit this first inside clip. Good job by Forsberg, but he's going to fall back. And it looks like he gets kind of lost in the smoke here because he loses some ground to Tuerck. Now he's trying to make it up. See, he tightens his lineup to try to gain proximity here, but Tuerck not having an issue in the lead as he takes that wide line all the way around and fills that entire zone.
So now Chris Forsberg, again, 3-time Formula Drift champion, NOS Energy Drink, 370 Xeon Hankook tires, will be in the lead position. Ryan Tuerck, he comes off of a 3rd place finish in Long Beach. So James Dean is out, Alex Hilbrun's out. Ryan Tuerck could take a points lead here if he gets through his Drift Alliance Pro of Chris Forsberg. Chris Forsberg down to the power alley, slamming down, transitioning through. These guys make a lot of videos. They're making one right now together. Here we go. Forsberg out front. Big angle from Forsberg. Is that enough to offset a strong lead run of Ryan Tuerck? Let's see. Let's take a look at it again here, Ryan.
Well, here we go. Run number 2. Close battle so far. Tuerck started off with a great lead run. Now let's look at Forsberg. You can see nice and high on the bank here. Tuerck trying to close the door. Nice line by Forsberg on that first inside clip. Tuerck staying within about a car length here. Forsberg now entering this last outer zone, locking in on that line. Tuerck at a slightly lower angle for just a second there, then backing off and not being able to close the door just completely. So some high points for both drivers here. But we'll see if it's enough on that lead run. Forsberg made that mistake coming through the center section. If that's enough to give him the win. Here we go.
Going to the judges, slide him left for Forsberg and right for Ryan Tuerck. Ryan Tuerck gets the victory in that gum out. Nameless Performance, Hankook tires, Toyota Racing GT86 taking out his Drift Alliance Pro in the NOS Energy Drink. 370 Xeon Hankook tires operated by Nameless Performance. So all hands on deck in the Nameless Performance crew for Ryan Tuerck. So as you can see, Dean Carnage Carney on the start line. It was to be a one more time, but Peter Vincek and Peter from Poland, he had basically damage from Dean on that first battle. He was allotted 10 minutes to fix his car. He then used the other 5 minutes of his competition timeout. He has no more time allotted to him because we were to run right now. Peter hit the wall under his own basically merit or lack thereof, and unfortunately cannot fix his vehicle. Dean Carney ready to run. That means Poland's own in the Wardhouse Drift team, Peter Vincek, will be unfortunately have to surrender. Here we go. So Dean Carnage Carney, this is basically a victory lap here for him as Dean Carney will advance on in his Oracle Lighting Achilles Radial Dodge Viper, operated by Bridges Racing. Bridges Racing Dodge Viper, you can see that. Dean Kearney, nice job by him. Oh. And there it is, Dean Kearney moves on. 7 drivers in the grade 8, 1 more left to go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in the Monster Energy, Nitto Tire, Ford Performance, Mustang RTR and the RTR Motorsports team. And entering into the picture, into the stadium and the Coliseum is the other gladiator, Kyle Lamedes Mohan. Mazda Tricks, built to Apex, Nexen Tires, Top One, Oil MX-5. The lone rotary in competition, and there is Vaughn Gittin Jr. '10 Formula Drift champion. I turned it. All right, so Mohan pulling to the line, as does Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. making his way through Justin Pollock. Mohan going against Gushi. Gushi unfortunately had, talking to his team, Ken Gushi, a wastegate hose popped off on the second run. So they thrashed to get the engine in the vehicle because they basically popped the engine in practice, got it back together, and then unfortunately, just one clip, one hose, right? That's always a story. A 10-cent part and something pops off, and that's the end of the day. Here we go, our final battle, the top 16. This is the Ford top 16. Who's gonna go further? Here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front, Monster Energy, Nitto Tire, Ford Performance, Mustang RTR. Vaughn initiates. Kyle Mohan back there quite a bit. Vaughn Gittin Jr. blending into that green wall with the bright green wheels. And Kyle Mohan, a correction, coming into the power alley. Hop, skipping a jump. As Vaughn brings it closer to the crease. And unfortunately, Mohan spins before the finish line. That will most definitely be an incomplete run.
So here we go, taking a look at this run here. You can see a big gap established from the onset by Vaughn Gittin Jr. here against Kyle Mohan. Kyle on that low line trying to make up some ground here. And as Vaughn transitions into this second inside clip, you can see he's nice and tight there. Now watch Kyle in the chase position. He's gonna spin just before the finish line here. He's got a lot of angle on the car. He's really going fast. And before the finish line, he's gonna give himself an incomplete. So now Vaughn will chase down Kyle Mohan, and Kyle's really gonna have to lay down a solid run and force an air on Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Kyle Mohan with that spin, a big deficit here. But knowing Vaughn, he's gonna apply the pressure. And we saw anything can happen, and it usually does, especially in a track like this. Crazy things have happened. Here goes Kyle Mohan, Vaughn Gittin Jr. in chase. And the red flag is out, red flag is out. Kyle, no. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that chase position, so he will not be allowed. So Kyle Lemetis-Mohan, that was a restart. Just to clarify, the cone was tapped. It didn't knock over, but they did restart it. So neither are able to change the tires. Here we go, Kyle Mohan initiates. And here comes Vaughn Gittin Jr. applying some pressure here on the bank as Kyle Mohan brings it on into the power alley. Vaughn Gittin Jr. Oh, Kyle Mohan gets up on the bank, now brings it on into the crease, and here comes Vaughn Gittin Jr. Brian Sage, what say you?
Well, after the restart here, we see Kyle take the lead position. You can see Vaughn giving him a bit of room here as Kyle wraps around this first inside clip here. He's going to shoot towards the second inside clip. Vaughn a bit of a ways back here. Now remember, Kyle does have that incomplete. Then he goes up on to the big bank there, so he's going to go off course just a little bit. But with that incomplete in run number 1, it should be a victory here for Vaughn Gittin Jr. moving into the Grade 8.
All right, so let's take a look. You have to assume they're going to slide right for Vaughn Gittin Jr., and they do. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the victory. Our Grade 8 is established as Vaughn pumps the fist. Round of applause for Kyle Lemetis-Mohan. Mazda Tricks, built to Apex, Top One Oil, Nexen Tires, MX-5. His weekend is done. Well, our Lorette Nickel in the pits. She caught up with Alec Honadale earlier.
Alec Honadale is moving on, congratulations, but it hasn't been easy today because he was down to 300 horsepower in the top 32. You fixed it in top 16, and now maybe the power steering is out. What's going on?
Yeah, so in top 32 we had some issues, but the car overcame it. The car was solid in top 32. Now, went off in top 16, advanced against Cameron Moore, a great driver by the way, and just lost my power steering on the last infield turn. So trying to see if my good old team can get it fixed, and I know they will, so we'll be out again in the Grade 8.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, so we can see Alec Honadale and his team underneath the vehicle taking a look at it, but our Grade 8 is established. Ryan, let's take a look. All right, so when we come back, we'll inspect and see what goes on here in the Grade 8 when we come back here. Round 2 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. When we come back, Grade 8 is upon us.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed.
It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
The Falken Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falken Wild Peak MT.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
Hey, for all you hardcore fans out there, Formula Drift Pro-Am, Southeast Drift Union Round 1 here at Orlando Speed World in 3 weeks, presented by Enjuku Racing. So again, make your way out here to Orlando Speed World in 3 weeks for the Southeast Drift Union Round 1, Formula Drift Pro-Am. Next up, our first battle on Grade 8, our first battle of the Grade 8. Check it out. There we go. Here we go. And Dai Yoshihara and Dean Carnage Kearney. Our first battle of the grade 8. 4 battles between them. Dai winning 3 of the 4. 61.9% winning average for Dai Yoshihara. 2011 champion. Going against Dean Carnage Kearney, Irish champion himself. Competing at FD for some time. Dai crawling off the line. And away they go. Clean start. Dai flicks it in. He made his way through Nate Hamilton and Dean Carnage Kearney right there. The Oracle Lighting Viper is on. Can smell the scent of Dai Yoshihara. Quick correction, wrapping it around. That second front flip, big angle from Dai Yoshihara. And through the finish line. Dai Yoshihara, another textbook lead run. Dean right there, lost some ground in the power alley.
Well, Dai here starting off pretty well. As you can see, initiates into the bank nice and high. Dean staying very close here, right on line with Daijiro Yoshihara. Great job there by Dean, but Dai hits that inside clip here. Now Dean coming through that center section makes a bit of a mistake. Right there allows Dai to run away just a little bit, and you can see about a 3 to 4 car length gap as Dai finishes up, fills that outer zone. That yellow standing cone is the marker, the finish point, and also the marker for the outside zone. So you got that long outside zone that starts right after inside clip 2 and goes all the way around the inside bank.
All right, here we go. Dean will now lead. Yoshihara will give chase. So we are in the NOS Energy Drink, grade 8. If you didn't pick up a NOS Energy Drink can, see if after the event you can pick up some NOS Energy Drink. Here we go. Kearney out front. Yoshihara in chase. Initiating into the bank. Dean high on the bank. Nice job dragging. Look at that, shredding the wing. Obliterating the wing. Dai Yoshihara tapping that front clip. Pushing aggressively, having to back off. Dean settled in the crease. Dai Yoshihara gaining some ground. He's on the right-hand side, about to high-five Dean. Let's take a look at it again. Shredding carbon fiber is Dean.
Great battle here between these two pretty evenly matched cars. You can just see back to back or back and forth between these two guys. Dean hitting that wall right there with his wing. Dai taking out that first inside clip. Now Dai coming up on the inside right there, putting a lot of angle to the car. He just barely unwinds it. Very, very unnoticeable, but then he has a little bit of a gap here towards the end, so good back and forth battle here. Lantane, anything to add between run 1 and run 2 between Daijiro Yoshihara and Dean Kearney?
All right,
no, I think you covered it pretty well.
What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I think you covered it pretty well. You just asked me a question, so I'm answering it.
Ryan, how you feeling today?
Feeling all right.
All right, cool.
Carry
Asked
on,
your question
Jared,
and you
sorry.
answered it. Now awaiting the judge's verdict. Going and getting some power here. Strife of life about to unfold here. Dean Carnage Kearney, Dai Yoshihara. Slide him left for Dean, right for Dai. Ryan says Dai Yoshihara, and there it is. Daijiro Yoshihara gets the victory. And Dai Yoshihara is guaranteed a podium, as I am informed. Daijiro Yoshihara, at minimum, will be third place, as third place in the consolation round is dictated by the higher qualifying driver. And Dai, he reigns supreme. He qualified number 1. Mike Essa, Jonathan Castro. We just saw greatness with Jonathan Castro. He chased in that first portion of that battle, so he's in that position again, as Michael Essa will be leading. Michael Essa qualified 5th. Essa made his way past Christos Blues, and now here he is going against Jonathan Castro, who had one of the most phenomenal runs of this venue, potentially of the year. I mean, mind you, we're only 1 and point how much distance through this round of competition, but still fantastic. Michael Essa will lead, Castro give chase. crowd eagerly awaits a large contingency of DR fans here in the building. Here we go. Essa out front. Castro in chase. Throwing it in, and there it is. Essa, a solid lead run. Castro applies the pressure, has to back off a little bit. Now slamming down into the power alley. Distance between them. Castro, a little bit over, or quite a bit overshooting, I should say, as reeling him back in. So that 4-cylinder turbo of Jonathan Castro hanging tough.
Yeah, he's on one today, but look at Michael Essa from initiation, scraping the wall, staying nice and high. Castro certainly is within proximity, but he does make a bit of a mistake here. You can see right here through the smoke line, he's going to go a little bit wide, and he's going to allow Michael Essa to kind of run away a little bit, but then puts on the throttle and is able to close the door towards the end there. So gobs of power for days, lots of grip from Jonathan Castro. Pretty good chase run, made that one mistake. Michael Essa is now going to come back and take a look at what Castro did and try to do better than that.
So Jonathan Castro will now lead. Michael Essa will give chase. And we are sending cars. Will Castro advance? He has to get through Essa. Essa going to take out Jonathan Castro. And here we go. Transitioning back. Nice job. Here we go. Wow. Michael Essa right there. Castro into that first front clip. Essa bringing it on in. Castro finding the crease. Get into the groove. Just a bit outside. As Castro and Essa come to a halt, awaiting the verdict from this run.
Well, let's take a look at Castro's run here. He gets into the bank a little bit later than Essa did. Essa was right up against the wall. This is a good lead run from Castro. He is pretty high on the bank. He's perfect on that inside clip, but you can see here Michael Essa is not letting him get away. Not until this section here where Essa actually goes up a little bit deeper, almost dropping a tire. You can see that Castro does start to pull away just a little bit there, but a good back and forth battle. Michael Essa really on point in this run. You can see right there on the initiation, this is the first run. And Ryan, if you can, maybe give us a little bit of commentary here on your take between these two competitors.
Yeah, the reason we asked for this replay was to see if Castro ended up going off track here, but he didn't. He managed to keep it on the track. He didn't go over that yellow line, so there were no wheels off. It's just something we wanted to verify while looking at these two battles.
But he did definitely overshoot that second.
Definitely, his line was poor through there, definitely got lost in the smoke. Just wanted to check to see if there was an actual wheels off situation.
And that was a situation and a scenario that that we saw from Christoph Bluish as well, and that smoke signal from Michael Essa's car, a weapon. You know, it is what it is. It's an element of Formula Drift. So, waiting for the judges. Castro had a phenomenal run on top 16. Is it enough to take out Essa, or did Essa take out Castro? Slide him right for Essa, left for Castro, and there it is. Michael Essa gets the victory and advances on to the Final Four. A round of applause for Jonathan Castro and his phenomenal run in the top 16. Excuse me, grade 8. Oh yeah, top 16, sorry. In the top 16. And right now, Lorette Nickel catches up with the contender in the grade 8, Ryan Turk.
Congratulations to Ryan Turk, moving on. And what a bummer it is to not only run against your best friend, but your teammate early on.
Friends for a long time, and yeah, it's definitely a bummer this early on. And we're usually when you get the top 8 and on, it's usually not such a sting, but yeah, it just sucks to be able to battle each other because one of us is going on a trailer, and this time it wasn't me. I think now the score is probably like 20-2, Chris still in Chris's favor, but yeah, we're happy to still move on.
And you were actually struggling with shifting out of first. Walk us through that.
Yeah, on my chase lap, I was trying to pull. We have a flat shift, so you just pull the gears with your foot on the throttle. And it, I think the wheels, sometimes when the wheels get spinning and unloads the transmission, it doesn't want to shift. So I was pulled it a couple times, finally stabbed the clutch to get it through the next gear. And Chris got a bit of a gap on the entry, and he kind of maintained that through the whole course. I thought we were going to go one more time, but then my spotter
told me that he got lost in the smoke on his chase lap, and that was pretty much enough to give us the win.
Ryan, thanks so much. Ryan Turk, moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorette, and good luck to you, Ryan Turk, as you're going against another Drift Alliance brother of Vaughn Gittin Jr. in the Grade 8. Right now, Osbo and Honadell. That's surprising. Alec Honadell and no bumper? No. What? Ryan Sage, he always keeps his bumpers on. I don't know what Alec Honadell does to attach his bumpers. All joking aside, his 2F Performance Super Dupes, but those things always tend to fall off. But right now he's going against Frederick Osbo, 2015 champion, and Lorette had some words with Alec talking about some of the gremlins wreaking havoc on him. And here we go. Here we go. Frederick Osbo initiates Rockstar Energy Drink. Next, Alec Honadell, look at that! Woo! Nexen tire smoke all over the track. Alec with that correction at the fall back. And Osbo blending into that yellow line. So let's take a look at this again here, Ryan.
Yeah, Osbo, you can see here, does what he does best. You can see that very snappy transition, or initiation rather. Quick rate to angle. Nice and high on the bank there, but Honadell really closing it down. Now he's not able to solidify the attack because he falls back just a little bit here, and he's playing catch up through the remainder of the course. You can see a big smoke line here from Osbo. So it looks like Osbo will have a slight advantage on that second half of the course there. Honadell, good pressure on the bank. Now they will switch it up.
I mean, when Osbo hit that flat, he absolutely slingshotted away from Honadell. It just looked like he had a ton of traction, gripped up, and just pulled away from Honadell. You saw Honadell didn't really back off too much, but then came to the flat and boom, just pieced out. So again, we are going to see Honadell and Osbo, but now Honadell will lead, Osbo will give chase. And we are clear to send, overhearing the officials. All right, so Osbo. The start line about the same time. Here goes Honadell, getting into the walls business. He knows who is he going against. Leaves the wall a little bit early, now comes down into that first front clip. Here goes Osbo, really jamming on the one here as Honadell. Great angle from Honadell. Osbo gaining some ground. Just kind of changing of the tide here throughout this run. Let's analyze this.
Well, let's take a look at this here. As you can see, Honadell, as he initiates into the bank, it looks like he almost may have rubbed the wall there, and he's going to really shoot down on the course. Osbo is almost like kind of looking where he needs to go in order to chase the lead driver, as the chase driver is supposed to go where the lead driver goes. Now Osbo sees that Honadell is locked in on this line. He starts to close the door here. Honadell's got a great angle on the car as he crosses the finish line there, but tough time on the bank for Alec Honadell.
All right, so do we have a victor here advancing on? Honadell, Osbo. Honadell shredding some BN Sports kits, and there it is as Frederick Osbo advances on. Osbo advances on to the Final Four. Unfortunately, Honadell loses his BN Sports bumper as well as loses the round, and his day is done in the Urban Air. Hoonigan, Nexen Tires S14, and Frederick Osbo Rockstar Energy Drink. Nexen Tires, Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla IM advances on to the Final Four. All right, if you already signed up, you might be the winner of a set of Drifts wheels. We have the winner. It's Michael Fedor. Michael Fedor, congratulations, F-O-D-O-R. You won a set of Drifts, hardcore wheels for the street. That's D-R-I-F-Z, as run on Odie Baksh's car. And if you sign up to win a set of Centerline alloy wheels, as run by Chelsea DeNofa, congratulations to Jamie Aldridge. Jamie Aldridge, you just won a set of Centerline wheels as ran on Chelsea DeNofa's BC Racing Nitto Tire Centerline alloy wheels, Ford Performance Mustang RTR. All right, our final battle of the Grade 8, Ryan Tuerck and Vaughn Gittin Jr. You see Ryan Tuerck warming up his Hankook tires. Grid Life on the side. That's going to be Party from Derry, New Hampshire, age 31 years old. 2JZ powered. Third place at Long Beach at round 1. He's going against his Drift Alliance brother, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr., 2010 Formula Drift champion, Monster Energy. He's ready to rock. Nitto tires, Ford Performance, Mustang RTR Motorsports team. SCT, K&N air filters blowing through on that Ford Mustang. Ryan Tuerck will be leading. Tuerck qualified 3rd. So look at this, we have Ryan Tuerck qualified 3rd. Vaughn Gittin Jr. actually qualifying 22nd. We have the number 1 and number 2 qualifier in the final. 7 battles between these guys, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. winning 6. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. will chase down Ryan Tuerck. As I said, so if you look at this points race, Ryan, you have James Dean, he's out. He got knocked out there in top 16 by Jonathan Castro, and then Alex Hilbrun, he got knocked out as well, and that was all the way back in 32. Point implications, always at stake. Here we go. Ryan Tuerck out front, Vaughn Gittin Jr. in chase, 2JZ versus the Ford V8. Ryan Tuerck, see him riding the brakes, dragging the wall, down into that first front clip. Vaughn Gittin Jr. transitioning in. Bit of a gap here between them. Ryan Tuerck getting out there, dancing with the ridge. Vaughn Gittin Jr. applying the pressure towards the latter portion of the track.
Well, Ryan Tuerck's car definitely is very, very quick in order to get this jump on Vaughn Gittin Jr., establish this gap early on. You can see Vaughn sees it, he attacks, he takes a little bit of a lower approach at the beginning, but then he's able to close the door, get back on the line with Tuerck. Now watch Tuerck as he transitions into inside clip 2. He's going to be very wide, and it causes him to lift up in the back there. He goes a little bit off course, so that's definitely going to be a deficit for him. Vaughn does close the door towards the end, setting a nice impression there for proximity on the final section of the course. So now Vaughn will go to the lead position, Ryan Tuerck will chase, and like you said, Jared, this has huge implications because Ryan Tuerck could, in principle, jump to the lead position if he's able to secure enough points, given that James Dean and Alex Hilbrun have gone out in 32 and 16 respectively.
Well, I'm seeing Ryan Tuerck not to the start line yet, and oh, the cone is stuck underneath this car. That's what's going on here. Look, ready? Bloop. You are what you eat. He's eating cones. You know what happens eventually. Cone's going to come out. So there it is. So Ryan Tuerck, as you said, I got blinded by the smoke. I looked at the live shot and then looked at the camera, and I couldn't see it. But as you called, that's why you got to assess the runs. I didn't see him go up there because I was changing perspectives up on that bank. So as you said, that's going to be a deficit, or basically points at stake. But didn't overall, like previous years, that would be a 0 or an incomplete run in this case in 2017. So now Vaughn Gittin Jr. will lead. Ryan Tuerck will give chase. Again, great friends off the track. I mean, Ryan Tuerck, he already went against Forsberg, now he's going against Vaughn. These guys are veterans of the sport. Vaughn Gittin Jr. since day 1. Ryan Tuerck since, let's call it what it is, day 2. Vaughn out front, it's a clean start. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Vaughn initiates, Ryan Tuerck matching the angle. Vaughn, nice job up on the bank. Ryan Tuerck now coming down into the power alley, mashing the throttle. Transitioning through is Vaughn Gittin Jr. Ryan Tuerck lunging forward to the door of the Ford Mustang. Vaughn Gittin Jr. right there. Make some noise, Orlando.
Well, now you really got to weigh that deduction from Tuerck on his lead run, because this chase run here I think is pretty phenomenal. You can see he actually stays on the line with Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn is out front, laying down a good lead line. You can see he's tight on that inside clip and also an inside clip number 2. And then Tuerck just really turns it on here. I mean, very close action, closing the door. Actually, the distance is decreasing towards the end. So great job by Ryan Tuerck towards the end. Just have to think about that deduction overall, and how was Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s chase compared to Ryan Tuerck's chase.
All right, results are in. Ryan, do you think we have a victor? All right, well, here we go. Slide him left for Vaughn Gittin Jr., right for Ryan Tuerck, who's advancing on. Points at stake. Ryan says one more time. Brian and Eddie, it's going one more time. The one more time is happening. Making claims, cashing checks. Here we go. Who's going to get it? Well, we'll find out when we return. Already in the Final Four, Daijiro Yoshihara and Michael Essa. Dai Yoshihara, Michael Essa, and then Frederick Osbo goes against the winner of Ryan Tuerck and Vaughn Gittin Jr. When we return, Orlando, make some noise around the world. Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. When we return, the final battle of the Grade 8 to forge the Final Four. When we return here to Orlando Speed World.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
The new Falken Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falken Azenis FK450. The new Falken Wildpeak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falken Wildpeak AT3W.
All right, welcome back. We are here, but first, again, Frederick Osbo is in the Final Four, but who's he going to go against? Ryan Tuerck or Vaughn Gittin Jr.? We find out. Lorette Nickel caught up with Frederick Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, just a little bit ago.
Well, I heard Frederick Osbo say that he and Alec both have made big mistakes. So, Freddie, how do you minimize that?
That's a good question. I almost hit the wall behind Alec there. He had a killer initiation, tons of smoke, and could barely see, and it caught me off guard a little bit. Luckily, I didn't hit the wall. He came down from the bank a little bit early. So all in all, it wasn't the prettiest battles, and I wasn't able to reel him in. But I think in the end, it was enough for us to move on. But definitely want to try and be a little more committed on the initiation this time.
Now everything is still pretty fresh with this car. Where's your comfort level?
Yeah, we're still in the dating zone here with the new car. Second event, we had a pretty tough Long Beach. Overall successful, but I made mistakes. We had a car that was a little twitchy to drive, wanted to spin on me. But the guys have done a great job dialing it all in. Much more forgiving now. And yesterday and Thursday was super fun. You know, we're able to do good runs, we're able to try and get some good practice behind some of the best out here. So overall, I'm really positive. I feel like the car has proven it can be a contender, and now it's up to me to try and take it all the way.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I mean, like, wow. Welcome back and having some words. Good luck to you, Frederick Osbo. That Rockstar vehicle right now the one more time battle. Ryan Tuerck qualifying 3rd, Vaughn Gittin Jr. qualifying 22nd. So does that, does that define anything? Not really, truth be told, because it comes down to this. Who's going to advance on and go against the 2015 champion? Will it be 2010 champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. or potential points leader Ryan Tuerck? Here we go. Ryan Tuerck initiates into the big green monster here at OSW. Big angle from Tuerck. Vaughn Gittin Jr., great proximity. Not mimicking exactly the angle, but now coming to that power alley. Nice job, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Striking hard. The bucking Bronco that is that Ford Mustang up on the door of Ryan Tuerck across the finish line. Woo-wee!
Well, no doubt
Rubbers
both drivers have their work cut out from on run 2 because Tuerck, you can see, has a pretty solid line here up on the bank. You can see Gittin is down a little bit lower with a little bit less angle at the beginning, and that's where Tuerck can take advantage of that on his chase run. Tuerck threw that first inside clip very solid there. Little tiny waver, but Vaughn really pushing the pressure as Tuerck stays deep into that zone. Vaughn trying to match the angle here, but great job on proximity. So both drivers doing an exemplary job of what they need to do in both the lead and the chase positions, and seeing some opportunities. Their spotters seeing some opportunities where they can actually utilize this next run in order to take home the win. Both guys, I think, are able to recognize that.
At this point, I have to say that there's a lot of pressure on Ryan Tuerck in this chase position. You know, he knows who he's going against, a friend, a competitor, and a champion of Vaughn Gittin Jr. So, no Jacob Chillen right now. Shout out to the Agajanians and the future Miss Agajanian, Jacob Megan, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. will lead and Ryan Tuerck will give chase. Here we go. Oh, and Cone is down. Cone is down and quickly. All right, and Vaughn Gittin Jr.
You got hyped.
All right, so the point of contention here, the start chicane. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Monster Energy, Nitto Tire, Ford Performance, Mustang, RTR Performance Team, Motorsports Team, Ryan Tuerck, Nameless Performance, operated Gumout, Hankook Tires, Toyota Racing GT86. On Hankook Tires, as I said, here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. leaves the start. Ryan Tuerck, a little bit of a jump, and that is allowed. Here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. flicks it in. You see him light up those initiate tires. Blip, rip, and grip. Ready to rock. Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front. Quite a bit of distance between Gittin and Tuerck. Now coming down into the power alley. Big slam down from Vaughn Gittin Jr. Ryan Tuerck falling back, and that looks like Ryan Tuerck is pulling into the pits as Vaughn Gittin Jr. And we are seeing parts fall off of Ryan Tuerck's vehicle. Let's take a look at this again, Ryan.
Obviously, in the chase position for Ryan Tuerck, it's going to be all she wrote here. You can see Vaughn does a better job in pulling a gap there. He was on a little bit of a lower line than Tuerck was on his lead position, but right here through the smoke line, Tuerck basically stops drifting. I have to imagine it's going to be mechanical here, but with Vaughn in the lead, completing the rest of the run, he did his job there, and he'll have a win and move directly into the Final Four.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr., and as we talked about it, Ryan Tuerck, the remaining driver in the Final Four, up until this point. And let's make it official. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the victory. He advances on into the Final Four. Gittin and Osbo, look at this. We have 4 champions in the Final Four. Dio Shihara 2011. Michael Essa 2013, Osbo 2015, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. 2010. This is the battle of the Goliath. The Final Four is here, and we'll find out who gets the victory, as it'll be Dio Shihara on one side. Dio Shihara on one side, going against Essa, and Osbo against Gittin. Ryan, points being shooken up. You're taking a look at it. What do you think?
Well, just looking at the lineup right now, you have James Dean out, Alex Hilbrun out, Ryan Tuerck out, Odie out, Frederick Osbo in. He's in 5th place right now. Matt Kaufman out, Forsberg out, Dean Kearney out, Vaughn Gittin Jr. in. He's in 9th place. Peter out, Gucci out, Field out, Juha out, Kristaps Blues out, Justin Pollock out, Michael Essa in. He's in 16th place, and then Daijiro Yoshihara is in 18th place. So Yoshihara and Essa have a huge opportunity to move way up in points. However, you have up front Osbo, who is in 5th place, who has the greatest opportunity to make up ground here with this Final Four berth and the potential of getting into the finals. So right now, Frederick Osbo is 54 points behind the leader of James Dean. Ryan Turk just went out in the Great 8, and he'll add some points there, and he'll still be in the top 3, top 4 potentially, but Osbo has the greatest opportunity to move up the rankings.
All right, so right now, so as we get Ryan Turk's vehicle off the course, we are talking about the point system and what's going on here. And basically, Michael Essa in contention for the championship. Lorette Nickel caught up with the former Formula Drift champion.
Michael Essa is moving on, and I got a chance to catch up with you right before I'm putting you on the mic. He has done a refresh on the car, so walk us through that.
Yeah, basically in the off season we were building another car to rent to Charles, so we didn't have time to do much to my car. We made a few changes. We moved the fuel cell before Long Beach, but then after Long Beach we changed the engine, we changed the clutch, we changed the differential, we changed the axles. All those parts had 2 seasons on it, including the engine. We're making 1,000 horsepower, so it was pretty tired. It's time for a new motor, and everything's running great. And the car feels amazing.
Well, let's talk about that running great and this track. How is that sun affecting you?
It's pretty brutal. It's coming right down kind of on the start line. So as you're going down, you get the sun in your eyes, you're trying to focus on this other car, and then once you get into the bank, the smoke off the other car is just lighting up. It's really hard to see out there. And then coming through the infield, over the bumps, timing that transition right is super challenging. And a lot of it is just getting lucky, going through the bumps, planting the car right to transition, and then you come out and you see where the other car is, basically, because you can't see at that point.
Well, luck is on your side, and you are moving forward. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Guys?
Thank you, Lorette and Michael Essa. From what I understand, we're hearing from the officials, Ryan Turk says his brakes just absolutely exploded. They were in fuego. So Ryan Turk waits patiently and probably frustratingly for his vehicle to be towed off. But our Final Four is set, and we had some words again with 2013 champion Michael Essa, Dai Yoshihara's who he'll be going against, 2011 champion, and then on the other side of the bracket, 2015 champion Frederick Osbo going against 2010 champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. Thanks for joining us out here. When we come back, the Final Four is here. The Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. I'm Jared Deenda, Ryan Sage, Lorette Nickel, our judges, and the party continues when we return here to Orlando Speed World.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
What's up guys, I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
Welcome to the Blackmagic Intense Clip Tip. I'm standing in front of our brand new 2017 clipping points, and these are actually very nice because they're very visible, very tall, and also very lightweight. So if we do bump into these, they don't do any damage to the car, and they give the fans a nice visual point on where we have to put our cars on the track. But enough about that, more about the course. We're here at Formula Drift Orlando, and right here you can see the first turn is a big wall ride of a clip. We want to get nice high and on the wall, on the throttle, but as we come to the end of this zone and we come off the bank through this bump and into the first clipping point, you want to make sure your car is nice and settled coming through that bump and you are back on throttle before you get to this inner clipping point to carry your momentum and get you set up for the final turn of the course.
The new Falken Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falken Azenis FK450. The new Falken Wildpeak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falken Wildpeak AT3W.
I'm Chris Forsberg, 3-time FD champ, and I'm here to check out the builds in Formula Drift where there are 0 engine regulations. This is Blackmagic Car Check. Hey everyone, I'm Chris Forsberg. I'm here with my buddy Ryan Turk, and he's going to tell us all about his Ferrari-powered GT4586. Now I know this isn't your Formula Drift car. We're just going to put that thing away real quick, so why don't we get to the brass tacks here. See, obviously this is not the factory engine, so like what did you have to do to make this thing fit?
Well, Huddy Racing took care of that. The intake was a big deal where, you know, it's really tall, it sticks out of the hood.
It looks like a big deal.
So, yeah, we have it going through the windshield because if it was on the other way, it'd be just sticking out of the hood and it would look pretty ugly.
No one wants to see that.
Yeah. And also the headers, they're put out front because they're trying to keep the same length as if it was in a 458 engine. It sounds phenomenal, like nothing else. You know, hats off to Huddy Racing. They're the ones who pulled all the legwork on this thing, so.
Well, it's obviously a crazy power plant, so how do you get the power through the chassis to the ground?
So we're running a Fortin 5-speed sequential transmission to a aluminum drive shaft shop drive shaft. Drive shaft shop's also handling the axles. And then suspension setup is a BC Racing coilovers that we both run in our pro cars.
That's right.
And a Tomei differential to some hand cooks, baby.
There you go, man. Smoke them up. Yeah, this thing looks killer. Can't wait to see you giving some rides. I'm first in line.
Welcome back. We are here, the Final Four, 2011 Formula Drift champion against 2013 champion Michael Essa. That is Dai Yoshihara, turn 14 distribution, Falken tires, McLeod on the vehicle, Optima batteries, Ineos oil, Anzo. See a few other companies there. Arc Designs, Dai Yoshihara behind the wheel. And there he is waiting. The Essa Bunny, as I call him, wearing the all-white suit. Got the pink on his car. And that's for his daughter, as Michael Essa will be giving chase. Essa Autosports Achilles Radial BMW. Redline oil. Here we go, suspension techniques on the corners. And here comes Dai Yoshihara, Michael Essa. Who's going to the finals? Dai Yoshihara initiates. Michael Essa right there. Coming down off the transition. And oh, look at Michael Essa. Great craft work there. And look at that, Dai Yoshihara right into the fold. These guys were flying through the track.
Well, two of the most consistent drivers we've seen all weekend thus far, starting off pretty strong here. Daijiro Yoshihara, your #1 qualifier. Michael Essa, your 5th qualifier. Let's take a look at Dai here. Nice snappy initiation right into the bank. Essa right in the pocket with him, doing a great job there. Maybe just on a slightly lower line for just a bleep of a second there. Essa takes out that inside clip, but stays with Daijiro Yoshihara. Dai just glancing that second inside clip as he tries to reach wide here all the way around. A bit of separation there, then Essa sees it. Put some more throttle in the car, close the door. Great run #1 for both competitors, and now they'll switch it up.
Michael Essa will now lead Dai Yoshihara giving chase. The officials and our camera crew, Ryan Sage, you're talking about it, Formula Drift on CBS Sports next month. So as the cameras are affixed, get as many angles as possible. If you're here in the building or watching the live stream, the show, just another extension of impressions and eyeballs on the ever-growing sport. Remember, follow us at Formula D. Download the app. Go to the Apple Store, and here we go. Who's going to the finals? Right now, Dai Yoshihara. If he loses, he's guaranteed 3rd place. But obviously, he wants to shoot for that top spot. And then, so we'll see. Here we go. Essa, Dai Yoshihara. So again, if he loses, he's guaranteed 3rd place, but Dai Yoshihara is trying to take out Essa. Can Essa take out Dai? He's getting in his way literally and figuratively. High on the bank is Essa, now bringing it on down. First hash mark for that front clip, and there is the smoke screen. The smoke screen that Essa created through the course has been an obstacle for previous drivers. Doesn't play as big a role for Dai Yoshihara, but it seemed like he was just in front of it.
Well, Michael Essa seems to be peaking at the right moment here. You can see as he initiates, he gets right up against the wall. Dai is back a little bit here, whereas Essa, even though he was on a slightly lower line for us just a second, he had a great amount of proximity there. He runs over his own bumper. It doesn't affect him. He has a deep line here. You can see that little bit of a gap that Dai tries to close towards the latter part of the course, but Michael Essa just looking absolutely phenomenal here in his lead run.
All right, well, here we go, fans, the other side of the Final Four bracket. But first, who is going to move on? Remember, if Dai Yoshihara loses to Michael Essa, Essa advances, Yoshihara gets third place. And there it is. Michael Essa gets the victory. He's going to the finals. And Dai Yoshihara locks in for third in that Turn 14 Distribution Falken Tire Super BRZ. But Essa, Michael Essa, Achilles Radial BMW, is going to the finals. Who's he going to go against out of this quadruplet of champions? A battle of the Titans. Michael Essa goes against Yoshihara, 2011 and 2013 champions, and now Frederick Osbo, the most recent in 2015, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in 2010. Both of them debuting new cars this year. Who's going to basically be the superior debut vehicle? Frederick Osbo, the Rockstar Energy Drink, Nexen Tires, Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla, IM, that's a mouthful, and the Monster Energy Nitto Tire, Ford Performance, Mustang RTR.
Yeah, Jared, these guys no doubt have a lot of history together, including probably the drift heard around the world. Road Atlanta a few years back, which we're just about to head to in 2 weeks. So these guys know each other's style. They've seen battle many, many times. And one of these two drivers will go against Michael Essa in the finals.
Ryan, you're talking about Frederick Osbo's initiation. How is that going to play a role? Vaughn Gittin Jr., he's got a snap. He's got the signature three-wheel motion, that very loose front end. It seemed to be working for him. We got a clean start. Who's going against Essa in the finals? Osbo flicks it in. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gaining ground. Osbo tearing it up into the wall. Let's see how they do. Down into that flat portion of the track. Here comes Osbo into that front clip. Vaughn Gittin Jr. wraps it around. Osbo really ripping through the course as Vaughn Gittin Jr. brings it around. Let's take a look at this again. Brian Sage, did Osbo go off and overshoot that second clip?
Well, you can see that really snappy initiation that Osbo has. He doesn't get right into the zone, but he works his way up. Vaughn has a little bit of a gap here that he needs to close. He does as we come off the bank. Then you're going to see a little bit of separation here. Now watch Osbo as he hits that second inside clip. He's just going to have almost a tiny, tiny slight lift going off course. Should just be a minor deduction there. But the big thing is the distance he was able to gain from Vaughn Gittin Jr. from the center section into inside clip 2 and then throughout the remainder of the outer zone number 2. So good job by Osbo utilizing the correct line, but still being able to allow or not allow Vaughn Gittin Jr. to close the door.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he just seems to have just a little more punch there with that Toyota Corolla IM. Here we go. So now Vaughn Gittin Jr. will lead the Ford Mustang out front. Corolla IM in tow. There we go. We got a clean start. Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front, snaps it in. Frederick Osbo right there. Vaughn up on the wall. Frederick Osbo riding shotgun with Vaughn Gittin Jr. into that first front clip, transitioning through. Frederick Osbo keeps the composure around that second front clip, into the crease, makes some noise! And we are bringing it on home. Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Frederick Osbo, champions of the sport, showing you why they are champions. Make some noise, Orlando and the drifting world.
Well, Frederick Osbo might have bested Jonathan Castro. I don't want to go that far, but incredible chase run right here. You can see he's on the line with Gittin up on the bank here. Gittin hits that inside clip. Osbo through the smoke line, tucks right back inside the pocket, stays super close to Vaughn all the way around. Now Vaughn is on an incredible line of his own with huge angle here. Osbo shallows up his angle for a second, but he keeps a proximity. Ryan, from your perspective on that run number 2, what were you guys looking for, and what did each driver need to do in order to win here?
I think you got it pretty accurately. Osbo, the proximity that he had all the way through the course definitely was a lot greater throughout the entire run compared to Gittin's. Gittin didn't do a bad job, but Osbo just stepped it up to another level in terms of the proximity. He did have a slightly lower amount of angle there, but Vaughn was very slow through outside zone 2 with all that angle. So I think Osbo did a good job considering that.
All right, here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. to the left, Osbo to the right. Who's battling Michael Essa? Frederick Osbo gets the win. That means Dai Yoshihara gets third, and Osbo and Essa go for the finals. Vaughn Gittin Jr. grabs fourth, just a bit outside. When we come back, the finals are upon us. Orlando Speed World and around the globe. Who's going to win? Round 2 of the Blackmagic Pro Championship. Let's throw some fuel on the fire, some rubber under the cars, and some excitement in the world. Hashtag FD Orlando. Let everybody know you're watching live around the globe. ESSA and Osbo, when we return, tell a friend. Formula Drift Blackmagic Pro Championship, Blackview dash cameras when we return.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I changed my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview Cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview Over the Cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
All right, let's see if we see a full-blown 10 out here on the track between ESSA and Osbo. The finals are here. Well, Laurent Nickel caught up with the 2013 champion of Michael ESSA. He's going against 2015 champion Osbo, Laurent Nickel, and Michael ESSA.
The last time Michael ESSA saw a podium was Long Beach 2014, and it is right there. But walk us through your runs with Dai Yoshihara.
So Dai led first since he qualified first, which is the first time that's happened tonight. I qualified 5th. So going in, fresh tires, he knew he had a lot of grip, was able to just throw it in right next to his door on initiation, stay in the throttle, had good angle, good speed throughout the bank. Coming off the bank, he pulled me just a little bit. Then I was able to catch him at the end. And then when we flipped, I just went for it. I mean, just probably my best run all weekend. Right up on the wall, just in the throttle the whole time, through the bumps, everything. Big transition, and it felt great. And the judges saw it, so they gave us the win.
How do you lay down a perfect run out here?
It's really tricky in the center section. So the bank is not that big of a deal. You get up high, and the wall kind of allows you to ride it. So that part is pretty straightforward. Coming off the bank, the grip drops off, and you kind of have to gather the car up to make it to that inside clip. And after that, going through the bumps, you really have to have a car that's set up well and good suspension, like these KW shocks, because it's brutal out there. So the cars are bouncing all over the place. After that, just throw it into the last zone and just ride it all the way out to the end.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Laurent Nickel. Thank you, Laurent and Michael ESSA. Good luck to you. Here are the event wins overall. The overall event wins. Vaughn Gittin Jr. with 9 overall. Sam Hubinette with 9. Forsberg, Dye. And look at that. Frederick Osbo could join an alumni of 9 overall wins with 9. Same as Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Samuel Hubinette. All right, so again, when we come back, we got Michael Essa and Frederick Osbo in the finals when we return. So again, Osbo could join the 9-win club here in Formula Drift. When we come back, these guys, again, are throwing some fresh Nexen tires and Achilles radials underneath their vehicle. When we come back, the finals are here.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman. I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview Cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
Welcome back. We are here with the finals. Michael Essa, Frederick Osbo. Ryan, as you said, it seems that he is just surging at the right time, Michael Essa, but would you agree that with Frederick Osbo?
Well, Osbo, I think, just came out of the box on that last run and really showed what he has in the chase position. And, you know, that certainly is something to take into consideration here, as well as Michael Essa has been drifting.
Frederick Osbo, Michael Essa. Now Osbo, the Rockstar Energy Drink. Nexen Tire, Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla IM, a brand new car for him, switching from the TC to now the BMW Senate Orlando. Here we go. Frederick Osbo throws it in aggressively, works his way up the wall. Essa not mirroring the exact angle. He's gaining some ground, the Achilles radial vehicle. Look at it now, he lunges forward, getting a bit over that yellow line, but Osbo keeps it out front. A great lead run there from Frederick Osbo as Michael Essa Let's take a look at this again, Ryan.
Well, this is an example here of Frederick Osbo just being that master technician, understanding what he needs to do and what at the right time. And right here, he gets a great jump on Michael Essa. Essa closes the door here through inside clip 1, but then he forces an air and he drops about 2 tires coming over the section where inside clip 2 meets outer zone number 2. And so Essa is playing catch up at this point. So you can see Michael Essa having a little bit of an air there through that center section, but now as he gets an opportunity to lead, he's going to have to really put a lot of pressure on Frederick Osbo and hope that Osbo makes an equal mistake to force a one more time or potentially the win if the mistake is big enough. But right now, a lot of pressure on both drivers.
Well, here we go, Orlando Speed World. As we said, you can gain some ground. Frederick Osbo came 5th in points into this round. Round 2 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, Orlando. Let's send it. Presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. We're about to send it here for the finals. Are we going to have a winner? Dai Yoshihara waiting in the wings. He's on the podium, as are these gentlemen. But in what order? The BMW of Michael Essa or the Toyota Corolla of Frederick Osbo? Are these the finals? Is this the final run? Or are they going one more time? Send it, Orlando! Here we go! Essa out front. Osbo in chase. Essa, nice job throwing in, tapping the wall, tapping the brakes. Osbo does the same. Essa coming down, slamming down, keeps the composure. Osbo gains the proximity and loses it as quickly as possible. Essa into the crease. In the pocket goes Osbo. Is that a definitive run?
Well, here we go, Frederick Osbo and Michael Essa coming down that front straight. You can see Michael Essa there does tap the wall for a second. You can see now as we get a little bit darker, the brake lights that are being used here as both drivers come up on that first inside flip. Michael Essa through that center section with Osbo through the smoke line. Osbo closing the door towards the end. Now remember, you have Michael Essa with that mistake in run number 1. Was that enough? And did that chase close the door for Michael Essa as Frederick Osbo wraps around that final outer zone?
If we have a result, we'll bring the cars right here on track and then join us at the podium in the paddock area. We do have a decision. We have a winner. We have a winner. Our 3 vehicles right here in front of the American flag. Michael Essa, Frederick Osbo, and Daijiro Yoshihara. If you would, please, again, join us at the podium ceremony, presenting the carbon fiber trophies just as we did yesterday for the Pro 2, just in the paddock area. It's a beautiful evening. Did you guys have fun, Orlando? Make some noise. They're joined out here by, again, the 3rd place finisher. These gentlemen unsuiting, unhelmeting. Lorette Nickel will have some words. Thank you to Lorette Nickel down on the ground. And there is our 3rd place finisher. Join us in 2 weeks, online or in person, for round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras, Road Atlanta, the birthplace of Formula Drift. All right, if you would, please direct your attention on track as they congratulate each other. High fives all around. A variety of tire manufacturers on the podium: Achilles, Nexen Tire, and Falcon Tire. Now, if you would, 3rd place here, round 2, the Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Slide or Daijiro Yoshihara, the turn 14 distribution, Falcon Tire, Subaru BRZ. And now your winner here at Orlando Speed World. Again, round 2 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Your winner, Formula Drift champion in 2015 is the Rockstar Energy Drink Nexen Tires Toyota Corolla IM of Frederick Osbo. The Norwegian Hammer gets the victory here in Orlando. And with that, that means second place here in Orlando in the Achilles Radial ESSA Autosports BMW is 2013 Formula Drift champion Michael Essa. Second place here at Orlando. Michael Essa, second place here in Orlando in the ESSA Autosports Achilles Radial BMW. Again, Osbo, Essa, Yoshihara, your 1, 2, and 3. Lorette Nickel will be grabbing some words. There's a lot of photos, videos, and content being created. Hashtag FD Orlando. I throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who is with our winner and former champion, Lorette.
Frederick, there is a lot of emotion going on right now. Why is that?
You know, it's last year we came here and we didn't quite have the speed to battle well, and yet the other guys that we battled last year made small mistakes and we ended up winning, but it didn't quite feel deserved. So my biggest dream has been to come back, try and put on some good chases. I feel like today at least I got to do one good chase with JR. That was a lot of fun, and I feel like I'm fighting back to why I'm here and to debut the new car, the Grocery Getter. But it is essentially a pretty badass machine, so hats off to the guys, our sponsors, all of you guys that showed up here today. Thanks so much.
So maybe a word that would fit that is redemption. And how good does this sound? You are now in FD history. You are tied as the most winningest driver with Sam Humanette and Vaughn Gittin Jr. How does that sound?
Oh boy, that means it's dinner on me tonight, I think. But it tastes really sweet. I have a lot of respect, you know, for my fellow guys. I saw Samuel Hübinette the other day, and you know, he told me all about his era. JR's been doing incredible over all these years. To be in that same club, it's really unique. So thank you all for coming. See you guys next year. Enjoy your night.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Lorette Nickel. Congratulations to Frederick Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, and his team, Michael Essa and his team, and Daijiro Yoshihara and his team. And congratulations to all the drivers. Ryan Sage, I'd agree that, or would you agree, that we saw some phenomenal driving? Any standout moments for you?
Well, you know, I think the whole event was just really amazing from start to finish, including the Pro 2 round. It was awesome to see that moment with Jonathan Castro and James Dean, and I know we're going to see James come back and make adjustments. I mean, if you had to go out, that's the way to go out. He's a phenomenal driver. I really loved it. Osbo peaked towards the end, as did Michael Essa. Great job by Daijiro Yoshihara, and we've got ourselves an incredible championship chase, even only after two rounds.
Yeah, only 2 rounds. That's a quarter. That's only 1/4 of an entirety of a season. Dynamic tracks, dynamic drivers. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in Atlanta. We'll see you online, or see you another time. Send it, Formula Drift fans.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview Cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.